We have EAO. Do we now have a clock that goes when we have delegations for the 10 minutes? 5 minutes or whatever? Do we now have a clock that goes for our delegations? That's okay. Will somebody keep track of time? Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome to the City of Powell River's Committee of the Whole, January 30th. I'd like to start by acknowledging that we are holding this meeting on the traditional territories of the Ka'aman people. And I wanted to do a little bit of explanation about our format today because it's a little bit different because we're holding a workshop in the middle. And I have a few things to read out. First, we have a filming notice. The Committee of the Whole is, in addition to the live stream that we produce, today's meeting of Committee of the Whole has a collective of filmmakers filming for a documentary owned by Ka'aman Nation called Tum Quoth Num Namesake. Their goal is to cover any potential city discussions on the name change topic. If you have any questions regarding this, send them to producer Davis McKenzie, and his email address is on the leaflet that was handed out or everyone has access to. When we go through our agenda today and we get to the part where we're at 5.1 for the council strategic priorities, council intends to take our meeting to a separate committee room, which will be broadcast live here for everyone to watch the conversation so that we can do more of a roundtable workshop style discussion. And then when we're finished that discussion, we will bring it back to this room and reconvene at 5.2. So I hope that makes sense for everybody. If I'd like to get to the part where we adopt the agenda then. Moved by Councillor Almeida, seconded by Councillor Isaacson. All in favor of the agenda as presented? Unanimous? Passed. And so that brings us to adoption of the minutes. Anybody have any comments on those? Motion to adopt. Moved by Councillor Almeida, seconded by Councillor Isaacson. All in favor? Unanimous, and it passes. That brings us to delegations. And for delegations, we allow a 10-minute time frame for you to present your materials. And then we have question period for council to ask questions of the delegate. And so we'll have a timekeeper that keeps you honest with your 10 minutes. And I'd like to invite Lisa Moffat regarding the strategic plan.
Imut Kwananape. My name is Lisa Moffat. I live in Westview. It's good to see you all today. I'm going to talk to you about 3 topics today. In full disclosure, I co-wrote the Housing Implementation Plan with city staff. I sit on the city standing committee on city-owned property, and I also co-facilitated the possible name change conversation. I'll mention all of them in my delegation today. Around housing and housing authority, according to the Housing Needs Assessment and the Housing Implementation Plan, 60% of all households who live in the city today need more housing and more affordable housing. More than 1 in 4 rental households in the city live in housing that needs major repairs, more bedrooms, and/or is too expensive. The city needs 770 new units of housing in the next 5 years, and 77% of them need to be affordable for low, very low, low, and moderate income households. The city needs to be working with existing developers who build here and attract new developers to meet these needs. I see there's a motion on this agenda about resourcing the delivery of non-market housing through housing authorities for council to bring that forward to the Association of Vancouver Island Coastal Communities, and I fully support this request. Municipalities need this support. And there are 3 key decision points for a housing authority, which include the ability to successfully initiate a housing authority. So is the town in a good position to do so? As you're aware, I've completed research on housing authorities in the past, and I presented that here a year ago. Since then, I was contracted again by a client to dive deeper into that research, and I learned that one of the major success factors is having land and/or money. We know through your budget deliberations that the city doesn't have a lot of money, and that the city has significant land holdings, which can be used for long-term leases, long-term rental income, et cetera, to ensure a stable income for the city over a number of decades. Level of affordability is another key factor. What type of housing is the Housing Authority going to include in its mandate? Will it be social housing, below market housing, or market housing? What is the role that the city will take in developing housing through the authority? Will the authority develop and manage, just manage, or contract out those responsibilities? Most authorities develop and manage, so you'll need to attract the expertise to do so. You will specifically need the development experience so that you can get mortgages. The city doesn't have current development experiences, so the city won't qualify for mortgages. You may need to partner with developers until you have enough experience delivering housing through the authority. Holding on to property is a guaranteed stable revenue source for the city. Real estate investing has long been regarded as one of the most effective ways to build wealth. Property investment can yield substantial financial returns with careful planning, strategic decision-making, and a solid market understanding. Another point on housing. Over the holidays, I got to meet some more people in this community, medical professionals, physiotherapists, and dentists who are desperate to attract talent. These professionals can't attract talent because there is no available housing for their prospective employees here. I also want to talk about the complexity of social needs and why we need a social planner. The social planner is literally the liaison and coordinator to strengthen relationships in support of the social needs of a community. Previously, we've been told that these responsibilities are meant to be embedded in every staff's work. I want to recognize the training and skills needed for the job. They include cultural competency, trauma-informed approaches, conflict resolution, an understanding of the complex socioeconomic, cultural, political, and spiritual matters associated with a diverse community. These are special skill sets that are not likely held across all staff members. Nor would we expect all staff to have these skills. I'm also guessing that based on budget discussions, the city doesn't have the finances to provide this level of training for the complement of city staff. To demonstrate the need for a social planner, social determinants of health include income and social protection. The City of Powell River's living wage is $25.06. That's based on a 2-income household. That's 58% below what the living wage is for the City of Vancouver. This illustrates the high cost of living here in this region. Currently, minimum wage is $16.75, so there's a $9 gap in income there. This affordability runs across all income brackets. Affordability issues run across all income brackets in this place. Other social determinants of health include education, employment and job security, working life conditions, food security, and we know that 610 families here regularly use the food bank, housing, basic amenities and the environment, early childhood development, social inclusion, and non-discrimination. And we did see an increase in experiences of racism through the possible name change process, access to affordable, quality health services. The 2016 social plan for the city covers housing, income, food, health and well-being, arts, culture and heritage, and social cohesion. The regional planner position was a recommendation from this plan and was implemented, and as we know, it's been vacant for over 18 months. The council adopted poverty reduction strategy in 2021, has a vision that we are a community where everyone thrives and no one lives in poverty. The coroner's report on the opioid crisis was released last week, and it told us that 7 people die every day in this province from opioid overdose. Unregulated drug toxicity is the leading cause of death in British Columbia for persons aged 10 to age 59. And it accounts for more deaths than homicides, suicides, accidents, and natural diseases combined. Only 1 death has occurred as an overdose prevention site. 38% of Canadians suffer from worsened mental health, including psychological distress because of COVID. And residents of this city are not immune. Having one person or a small group of people responsible for connecting all the services and needs across the region is a key to successfully seeing people thrive. Presuming that all staff embed this in the work without the training identified means people get left behind, and the potential to cause harm is there. This work benefits from an awareness that everyone deserves to be seen, heard, and chosen, and that people do not need to earn our help. A quick additional note, I brought a friend and colleague to the Community Resource Center a few months ago as relevant for her work. She was immediately blown away by the welcoming nature of the space, the artwork, the friendliness of staff, the friendliness of people seeking services or simply hanging out that day. I too have always felt safe and welcomed at the CRC. Reconciliation and name change. I'm supportive of the city moving to hire an intergovernmental manager. Having these responsibilities nested in one relationship maximizes the impact of this work. Though I also believe an organizational-wide understanding of reconciliation and good nations with the host Tla'amin Nation are of utmost importance. As a relationship-based position, I'm really happy to see Council move towards hiring this role. Councillor Palm, who has expressed he does not support a name change, admitted the name change will happen one day. Why are we waiting? In the mayor's letter for a ceasefire in Gaza, he wrote to Trudeau, "It's important to recognize that both Israelis and Palestinians have the right to live in peace and security." Let's apply that same sentiment to this place. Both residents of the city and Tla'amin Nation members have the right to live in peace and security. That means not being subjected to trauma because of the name of a place. And there is trauma being experienced by members of the Tla'amin Nation and residents of this city who have an awareness of the impact of colonial acts, who understand what reconciliation looks like, and that changing the name of the city is an important part in moving forward in good relationship with the Tla'amin Nation. Good leadership looks like making decisions that are good for the future of the community and not passing the burden on to future generations. I know the delegation after me will speak to climate change, which is something we need to take serious action on today so that we are not burdening them with this work. Not changing the name of the city can also result in this burden being passed on the youth of today to deal with tomorrow. Tla'amin Nation is one of the major employers of this place, People who are residents of the city are employed by the nation. The nation has a lot of economic power here. Employees spend money in this city. Addressing this request for a name change in good faith helps strengthen our economic relationship with the nation. We are known worldwide for the success of the mill. In the 1930s to 50s, the mill produced 25% of the world's newspaper. This brought great pride to this community. And now the mill is gone, and it is not coming back. And that doesn't erase the history of our worldwide recognition. And this is not the only thing we're known for. Prisma and Cathalmule also put us on the map. We are known across the country and beyond for the Community Accord. This is a great source of pride for this community, and it's a demonstration of good leadership. We embrace looking forward. The policies and practices championed by Israel Wood Powell are not reflective in the values of this community. I don't believe they were ever aligned with the values that we hold dear to this place. Many people here were not aware of Powell's negative legacy before the name change, but when they learned, they changed their support for the name change, and they became supportive. Youth in the community, from Brooks students and youth just out of high school, who coordinated their own events to discuss a name change, agree their values are not aligned with the values of Powell's work, and how a new name will be more respectful. These youth are the future of this community. Many of them are staying here, where in the past many would leave and maybe return. We owe it to them to act on their behalf today. Residents of the city and the Tla'amin Nation share values around family, home, history, nature, community, and personal connections. Let's use those to foster a pathway forward. As Jesus John Hackett said in his request letter, to find a more respectful and inclusive name that is more reflective of both the oral history of these lands and the present day collaborative communities. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're gonna do a round of I'm just gonna look to council, see if anyone has any questions. My first question is, if you have that in writing in some way,
I can
that
email
you
it
could
to you.
submit that, or
Yeah.
okay.
There's links in there too, so yes, I'll send it to you.
Great, thank you. Any questions from council? Councillor Isaacson.
It's such a minor question. Can you repeat the number of families that rely on the food bank currently?
610. That's from the Vital Signs report, so that's a 2016 statistic.
Oh, got the source as well. So if I want to thank you for being here and for that delegation. All of the things you speak to are on our agenda today and very relevant. And so I really appreciate you coming and telling us all of this information and all the work you've been doing with the community previous in these areas. Thank you, Lisa. It seems kind to clap, but we're going to reserve clapping for not during the meeting, if you please. Thank you. Our next delegation is Rachel Dreger, and she's going to speak to the strategic plan as well. And she has brought Kaylee Davis. Sorry, come on up. Oh, sorry, I'm going to read those names again. Rachel Dreger, Ala Badran, and Kaylee Davis. Is that correct?
Make it today. Her child is ill, so Scarlett will be reading her letter to council.
Okay, and Scarlett's last name? Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you. We are grateful to be here on the territory of the Tla'amin, Hamalko, and Klahoose First Nations, who have stewarded this land since time immemorial. We recognize this colonial city has been artificially and forcefully created on stolen land, and as a community, we wish to co-create safe space and infrastructure for all people living in the region, and keep in mind the generations of people yet to come. As a settler and permanent resident living here, I feel a responsibility to our community to continue to learn better ways to engage and interact with the community, learn more evidence-based solutions, and collaborate for a safe, sustainable, and hopeful community. I commend City Council's strategic draft plan for including taking real steps towards reconciliation and a name change. While it has revealed very racist and opinions from very loud, bigoted people in our community. Avoiding issues is a disservice to the vibrancy, economic development, and overall health of our community and municipality. We are looking to you as City Council for thoughtful leadership, community engagement, and collaboration. And forward-thinking solutions. What if our city's leadership put energy into hearing from voices they hear from the least? What would it look like to embed equity in every step of our decision-making processes? What if through the process of collaboration, the community actually provides more support to one another? There's immense capacity in our community. There are mutual feelings of care and love for where we live. What if in the process of changing our name, the community is forever positively impacted by increasing community cohesion, belonging, and attracting more innovation and thoughtfulness?
Hi, I'm Kaylee Davis, and as a working youth living in Cathette, I would like to provide support for the name change and also comment on the environmental resilience. For the city to meaningfully commit to climate resilience, we ask that the council consider expanding environmental resiliency points to align with recommended actions of 50 by 2030, supported by the Cathette Climate Alliance. These points include all levels of government mobilizing on social justice, system change, rapid emission, environmental protection, and restoration. I am very excited to see progress on safe, accessible, active transportation corridors and cooperate with regional partners to improve regional transportation as being a priority. As a working resident who does not own a car, I would like to see this point expanded to include increasing attention to mobility in the city and region. I ask that the city prioritizes working with the Ministry of Transportation, BC Transit, and service users to strategize a plan that prioritizes city and regional connectivity and safety. We are looking for more sidewalks, more pedestrian and cycling paths, more crosswalks, and better public transit. We want to see safer footpaths along the highway, on the cut, and between stores. We ask that the city provides more creative solutions that help people connect to services, work, stores, and nature paths. This would help achieve an overarching goals of healthy community, environmental resiliency, and economic vibrancy. In work in progress for safe, accessible transportation, who is being listened to, and how can we as a city ensure public and active transportation are designated for those who use it?
I'm Scarlett Tyler, and I'm here today to read for Ala Badran. I'm here today to express my sincere acknowledgement and support for the crucial initiatives proposed to advance reconciliation and enhance the overall well-being of our community. I commend the City Council for its commitment to fostering positive relationships with the Tla'amin Nation and for addressing vital issues that impact the lives of our residents. The City Council's draft that includes a decision to take real steps towards a name change is a powerful expression of commitment to decolonization. Names often carry historical, cultural, and colonial connotations that may perpetuate inequalities and marginalization. By actively considering a name change, the City Council is acknowledging the need to dismantle symbols of colonization and create a more inclusive and respectful environment for all residents. The act of renaming is a tangible step towards dismantling structures that perpetuate colonial narratives and is essential for building a more just and equitable society. In considering recent events in Gaza, where communities are grappling with the impacts of colonization, conflict, and seeking self-determination, our efforts towards decolonization take a broader significance. The struggle for justice and autonomy resonates not only within our city, but also on a global scale. By actively engaging in decolonization initiatives, our community becomes a part of a bigger movement that seeks to break free from oppressive systems and promote self-determination for all peoples. I trust that your continued efforts will contribute to building a more just, equitable, and compassionate community for all. Thank you for your commitment to the well-being of our city and its residents.
Thank you so much. If you just hang there for a second, I'll see if council has any questions for you. Councillor Palm.
Chair, thank you for your presentations here this afternoon. They're always welcome to come into our chamber and express your opinions on various issues, and we encourage the public to do that on a regular basis. I have one question for you, since I am not able to decipher the meaning of the message on your shirts. What does that actually say in English?
These are place names. So I think a few years back there was this shirt produced with English names, colonial given names of places around where we live, where we love. These have been translated into the traditional place names in Aidrew Thumb.
Appreciate that. Thank you for that clarification.
Councillor Southcott.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you all for coming. I remember not that long ago, at least it feels not that long ago in my memory, wishing more people would turn up, and now people are turning up, and it is a very happy thing. Government, I think it's said that government occurs by the hand of those who turn up. So I am grateful for all of you coming here, but I have a question specifically for Kaylee. I don't know how old you are, but a year and a half ago or so, I met with a Brooks group of social justice and environment. Actually, it was the, I think it was the environmental class. I forget what it was called, but nope, it was, no, it was Mr. Barfoot's class. Oh, were you? Okay, because what you said really sounded like what I got out of that hour and a half, and I felt so, Maureen was there too. And it was exciting because there was a consensus between all the different World Cafe tables of young people working. And it inspired me because it was a vision of sustainability and resilience going forward. And it really did have to do with transportation and getting around with less impact, like you spoke to, Kaylee. So I just wondered, actually, and that was my question. You answered it. Thank you very much. I'm so glad you're here.
Councillor Isaacson.
Thank you, Chair. Not directly a question, but just I want to express appreciation. It's always nice to see younger people and diversifying the representation that comes to council chambers, and it can be really nerve-wracking. So I wanted to just acknowledge that and appreciate your vulnerability and courage coming here today. And also wanted to share with people listening, we do also get a lot of emails and letters, and those are also important because not everyone feels comfortable coming here or has the time and can make the time. And so wanted to express to you, but also everyone listening and people watching online, that we also read those. I know I do, and I suspect everyone on council reads all the emails that we get. And so just want to encourage more of us, more of that, so that council, more deeply understands the views that are held across our community. So thank you. And I also wanted to express appreciation. Rachel, you asked some really hopeful questions in your talk, and I really appreciated those. Those were a nice framing to think about the possibilities, because sometimes we don't, we forget that change and future can be hopeful and positive. So I just wanted to express that. I noticed that and I really appreciated it.
Thank you. So I want to say thank you for coming. I always encourage and love to see when our youth come forward and participate in our governance. Always happy to see you here, always happy to listen. If any of you have your submissions written, if you could send them into the city so that we could look back on them if we want to and better remember what you have said. I know, I guess I could watch the video of the meeting as well, but it's always nice to be able to refer to things. I would appreciate that very much. Thank you so much. So that brings us to 4.1, correspondence. What's the will of council? Any motions, thoughts? Councillor Dowd.
I'll move that we receive that list of correspondence for information.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Almeida. Any comments on the correspondence or the motion? All in favor? Unanimous, motion passes. So just so the public who are listening are aware, it's an email package with a package of letters that were sent into the city, and it's attached for everyone to look at if they choose to see those. So that brings us to the section of the meeting that is 5.1, and council is going to convene a workshop which will be broadcasted live here in this room, but we're going to be in a different workshop room. And once we're finished the workshop, we'll come back and join the rest of you for the rest of the meeting. So bear with us as we move to our new meeting and we get our electronics showing that, and we'll see you again soon. Councillor Isaacson.
Yeah, I just wanted to explain, my understanding of one of the reasons that we're moving into a different room is in order for us to be at a table and have natural conversation, we also need to consider being able to broadcast and people being able to hear and watch. And so we don't have the technology in this room to be able to do that well. And so I think that's one of the main reasons we're moving to a different room where often online meetings are held. So appreciate the flexibility with this.
Okay.
It's so easy to say 20. How many people would be here? Yeah.
and we're on the right. It's on that way. Change it.
Maybe like 3 and 4. Just looking at where the speakers. Yeah, sure. Where would you like to do, Jared?
Upstairs, the paper one.
Oh, right there. Okay, good.
Thank you, team. So we are live from the minute we walked in the door. And what I wanted to start with was we want to focus our discussion on areas we want to change or currently think things need to be changed. So I thought I would maybe put some bullets up here to just, we'll do around the table. People can tell me what things they might want to propose for, which topics they want to talk about today. So that way we can form an agenda for which areas we want to talk about. Those areas that you're satisfied with, you don't think we need discussion, just don't put them on the agenda. Councillor Paul.
Yeah, through the chair, I think it would be healthy to, instead of referring to the current strategic plan, that we have some general comments at the outset, just to set the parameters of what we are here to do.
So some general comments should be on the topics we're talking about.
You're referring to conversation now?
I'm talking about dialogue.
So if we'll just do, we're putting up stuff we want to get to talk about today. Right now, that's all we're doing.
I'm no set opinions right now, so we can go on.
Okay. Mayor Wasdell?
The environmental resilience.
Is it the entire topic area, or is there a particular piece?
The entire section.
Councillor Dowd.
Yeah, as I said last time we were talking about this, I looked at the draft that we've got, which is I think at least the third draft. We've spent probably 4 full days or more talking about it. And as I said at that meeting, I was willing to accept this draft the way it is. Although from my own personal point of view, there's places it could be stronger and places I would like different statements, but it's something I can accept. So I'm listening to what the other people around the table have to say. What is it that makes this unacceptable to them, and what changes do they want to make?
Okay, thank you. Councillor Isaacson.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I have a couple that I've starred where I'm like, oh, it could be worth spending some time on some of these, but there's nothing that, there's no like, hills I want to die on. And so knowing that some of the conversations will be harder than other, I don't want to focus our time on whether we insert a word or two here or there. So I think the one conversation I would like to have is the reference to industry and economic development. I think we made some choices here that I just want to make sure that we as a group have agreed on. So it's not, like, I think one of the issues is it's missing. It's only referenced under the city-owned land. So
okay,
like industry / economic development.
it's a topic and we need to talk about. Okay, gotcha. Councillor Southpaw.
I would like to suggest adding a few short words to point 2 of intergovernmental relations. And I also would like to suggest a consideration of something to add to environmental resiliency.
Okay, so I'm going to just put another check beside the one that environmental resiliency is on the list. I have 4 topics for us to talk about today on the board, and then at the end, so my suggestion is we talk about each of them, do some roundtables about them, and then if we have some motions coming out of each of those conversations, they can come after we've had a chance to talk. Councillor Isaac said.
Yeah, I wanted to touch base on Councillor Palm's note. I think, I mean, I guess I kind of did that in expressing my general support for the strategic plan, but I think it could be worthwhile for us to each have the opportunity to speak to it overall rather than diving into individual items. So I just wanted to offer that to Councillor Palm, that I think that's a worthwhile consideration before we dive into specifics. So it's not there, so yeah.
Right, so my suggestion was around process,
okay,
that we discuss each of these in kind of roundtable fashion.
Yeah.
And then after we've had a discussion, just like I'll get PIC, we could then, if there are any motions coming out of that discussion, we could handle those kind of after the discussion and not cut the conversation off with motions right away.
Yeah.
Mayor Wasner.
I only mentioned one because I thought you were going to go around the table and come back again.
Oh, you have more?
Yes.
Please carry on.
Intergovernment relations, items 1 and 2, and healthy community, item 4.
Okay, so does anybody have anything that is not currently on this list for topics of discussion? Perfect, great. We'll start with the top of the list then, and general comments, and we'll do a little round table and people can make comments about the overall document and what they think. And I was thinking maybe I just have a flip chart for each topic so that we can, or do we just not want to record it and just talk? Yeah, let's just do it around table. We'll start with you, Councillor Palmer.
So, first of all, I want to just refresh everybody's mind on how we got here. And that is, in terms of this process, we started out with a facilitator who did not finish the job and bring us a completed document that we had talked about at length for a couple of days. And then we had the finished version come back after Tom Day, our interim CAO, provided further guidance and support. And at that point in time, which I believe was also a closed meeting, those were closed and public meetings with Ms. Lawrenson. And then when that came back to our council table, this council decided that it was not adequate. And we took another spin at the process with Councillor Isaacson heading up the duties. And then when that was brought back to council, we decided that all of us weren't really happy with the finished product. And that's why we're here today. So I just wanted to point that out to the public, where we've come from and how long this process has been. And it has been quite an ordeal, in my opinion, because when you look at our strategic plan that is in front of us, which is nice, glossy, really doesn't say a lot. It really is, in my opinion, short-sighted. And from what I am used to in the past, it was much more comprehensive in terms of specific objectives, timelines, funding, specific initiatives that were all long-term, not specific short-term items. And in most cases, it had staff support and also length of time when that would be completed. That was put into a matrix, and I asked Emily, our corporate helper today, to provide us with the strategic plan, and it's underneath here, from 2013 and 14, which was the second term when I was elected to office. It came up with an executive summary with vision, mission, all in a non-confrontational manner that was presented to the public for easy comprehension, laying out strategic community priorities and strategic corporate priorities in a nice format. That one-pager was backed up with this document, which is multiple pages, starts with an explanation of how the process works overall and the outcomes and all of that defined and what the purpose of the strategic plan is for the public to read. It had the corporate vision statement, which was 3 items at that point in time: economic diversity, social well-being, and healthy environment. And it ended with saying sustainable, high-quality services to the Powell River community, meaning serving the residents of Powell River at that time. It also had corporate mission statement, which also ended with a reference that previous mayor made in our gallery last week when he was here, saying to the effect, we make all of these decisions while living within our means. A simple statement that we all live by. Somehow that's been left out of discussions, as we have soon and recently witnessed in our budgeting process. Right now, we are going down an unsustainable road. And even though we got 1.6 or 7,000 or $1 million out of assessments on the mill site this year, there is no guarantee that we're going to get anything near that next year. And we were really between a rock and a hard place financially. And I want the public to realize that. And I hope the people that are there in our gallery today are paying close attention to what is being said, because our community financially is not in great shape. And our tax situation, which isn't even mentioned in our strategic plan that we have before us today, has been left out. So for those reasons and the many reasons, I can keep going through this document that prioritizes our strategic priorities, which were 6 items at that point in time, all nicely laid out. And then under one of those priorities, it had long-term results, objectives, work plan, year in action, status to be completed, deadline, resources required, and what department and staff were tasked with completing or at least dealing with that item. Now, this strategic plan that we have has nothing. Has nothing for the public to follow, has nothing for staff to follow, and is open-ended and incomprehensible. I hate being negative, and that's not my nature, but I have to point out where we're at in this process. And I am not happy. I can guarantee you that, having written 4 of these previously, because where we're at right now is not good. It's just simply not good. And we need to revamp what we're going to propose to the public so that they've got something to gauge where we're going and what our goals are and priorities are. Because that doesn't outline anywhere where we're at in this community. Because this document, and I'll be perfectly clear to the public, is a mishmash of items that were proposed by each individual councillor in a brainstorming session. And that is one brought forward and put into 4 categories. That's not the consensus of this council, and there are many things that have been left off the table, such as already referred to, tax levels of our citizens. No mention of the mill site and the ramifications that that's going to have in our community. No mention of recreation funding, which is on the table right now for this coming year for us to deal with. And I could just keep going down that list of specifics, but in the past, we've had those specifics in this document to follow for staff. We have none of that right now. So I am suggesting, and I'll keep my comments now brief, and that is we revisit this document and do it right with the help of our new CAO and the rest of our staff to help us out, because to me, as I'll say it again, this is unacceptable at this point in time. Thank you for listening.
So Councillor Almeida, go with you next.
Yeah, I didn't think I had much to say, and I wanted to observe. And I don't want to be confrontational either, but Councillor Palm made a couple of references just now to items of how our list was generated. And I would agree, this compared to the previous council's strategic plan is not as thorough, robust. I also didn't think it was a final document in any ways that had everything laid out, because we haven't had those conversations yet. I've never been part of a strategic planning session before, so I didn't know what order things were in. I was sitting, observing, and adding value where I thought I could add some value. And yes, the topics on this list were individually generated by councillors, but the list in front of us was all voted on by the 7 of us around this table. And what we see here, the 15 items that are on this list, were all the ones that garnered the majority of those votes upon discussion and votes and consolidation. Recreation is attached on one of those healthy community items. And looking at the list of things that we actually put to the table, it was the only item where recreation was actually listed. So while there were things that didn't make this list of 15, I think we're now starting to add items that didn't come up in conversation when we discussed this a month ago as well. So I just wanted to air that out. I'm okay to go in either direction. As Councillor Dowd pointed out last month, at this rate, we might come up with a strategic plan in 2026 when we're ready to go back to another election again.
Mayor Wessel.
Thank you. So, in preparation for today's meeting, in looking at the document, I then went back to the community charter, the community accord, and the oath that we all signed when we got elected. And on that basis, I have a number of suggestions, and I think it's timely to revisit the 3 documents I just mentioned. And I will bring up specifics for changes when we get to that in our meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Dowd, anything about the general document?
I thought we might get somewhere today when we talked about having this meeting. And this, all would agree. Everybody said that this is not a detailed list of specific projects. And the reason it's not is because when the last workshop that council got together on, this is the things that people came up with that everybody in the room seemed to be willing to say they would agree with at that time. And, you know, I see Councilor Palm shaking his head, and he was there, he was in the room, but he doesn't agree with it now.
I'm not agreeing with what you're saying right now, Councilor.
You don't have to agree. I'm fine with it. Okay. But here we are. This is an effort to try to get some kind of statement that council could all agree with. That's what a strategic plan is. I said earlier that I'm willing to accept this. If I was to write a perfect plan, it would also be different than this one is. It would be a lot stronger on many of the issues and include some that aren't here. But you know, I'm trying to work together with people around the table. If the answer is simply, this is not good enough, we can't do this, and we should start a whole other program from the bottom up and see where we get by 2026, then, well, that's what council wants to do. I'd like to get on with a strategic plan that is functional, so we could give it to staff, and they could have an idea what council is going to respond to when they bring an item, when they bring a report to council, and they say this is consistent with the strategic plan. Hopefully we'll be able to get there. That's the objective. So, you know, I'm still waiting to hear some specific changes that people think should be made to make this better so they would accept it. So, I will wait and see.
Thank you. Yeah, I will agree. It is, if I was completely control of a strategic planning process, this is not what I would produce, but I was not in control. The goal was to figure out and get on paper some priorities that this council could get behind, if not through consensus, at least through majority, so that staff had a bit of clarity and could move forward and come back to us with timeline and costs and potential ways to advance some of these items. And so I don't see this as the final, this is not the final step, but it's an important part to just get a move on. I think we were circling and circling for the past year. We started with our first meetings on this a year ago. And so we've been circling, and this is a step to me in the right direction. I think in me supporting having a conversation today, because I was ready to forward this to council for adoption, but I do appreciate a willingness to want to find consensus rather than just a majority vote. So by being here today, it's not that I disagree with stuff. I'm happy to open up conversations, and I have a couple of ideas, but I'm also happy to just send this to council. But I want to act in ways that demonstrate to my colleagues that, like, are there ways or changes that we could make so that more of us can get behind more of these items? We might not be able to, but I'm willing to try today, and so that's why I'm here. So it's not, the process isn't done, but it gives staff something to start with, because I mean, they're still working with the previous strategic plan, and that's not this council's strategic plan. So I'm in terms of a list of items that gives staff direction. Like I mentioned, there's a couple of small words that I might change, but there's nothing that I, like on the spectrum of consent or consensus, from, like, you know, 5 being, I love everything about this, 4 being, you know, it's mostly good, 3 being, you know, I don't love some things, but I don't want to hold up the process. I'm mostly 4 and 5 on most of these items. There's a few where I'm like, I don't love it, but I don't want to hold up this process. And so I'm kind of willing to go along and hear where people have deep concerns so that we can go through a little bit of a negotiation, see if we can get closer to consensus. And that's my hope. But ultimately, if we can't, we have to rely on our requiring at least 4 votes to support things. And And I don't love using that as a tool. Consensus is great, but it may not be realistic. So I'm willing to try, but in terms of giving staff a first set of direction, like I'm generally fine. It stops us from circling and circling. I don't think if we spent more time on this, we might get more detail, but it would just slow things down. So that's where I'm feeling.
Councillor Suffolk.
Well, I like this, actually. I like it a lot. And I started with this 2012 version, which was modified in 2015. And then there was a whole other strategic plan written in 2019, I believe it was. And that's this one right here. That one is a lot different than that one was. We made some really major changes.
This one was a little different too.
Right. So my point is, this is not, in my view, an awful lot different than the 2019 one. There's a lot of connections between what was in the 2019 strategic plan and this one. But more importantly, my view is that these are strategic priorities. Strategic plan, in the conventional sense, has mission, or vision, mission, values often. This one did. And then down the tree from the strategic priorities, which fit right in the middle, is goals, and then work plan. Those things can all be added to this. In the meantime, I was going to ask the question, but I don't think that we have a lot of work to do to add a vision, mission, and values to this. This is like the heart, in the way I see it, to what the work we've done, and I really like it. There's a couple of things I'd like to change and add, but I really think that we've achieved something here, and I feel very good about this. I think that we've really made steps forward, and I really have confidence in it. So as far to address your concerns, Councillor Plum, we can add to this and really strengthen it by adding that above it and below it in a form or a structured way. This has a lot of flexibility. We are in times of change like we've never been before. And I've been studying resilient science, as it's called. There are priorities, or there are tools in resilient science, but the first priority is to have people working together, and I think that we've done that, actually. I think we are working together, and I feel very good about it. The next priority is systems thinking. Now, I think when I look at this, I see systems thinking represented in here, because systems thinking is when you write down one priority, you are thinking of others at the same time. They are very linked together. And I think that we've done that over the years, but I think it's more present in this particular strategic priorities. And that makes these strategic priorities seem less firm, less fixed, less defined. But in my view, they are not less powerful, because they address how we must approach change. And that is with flexibility, to be open to adaptation, even transformation, which is catastrophic change in a way, and move forward together. And I think we really have done that here. So I really like this, actually. And I'd love us to just move on a little bit to some specific things. But if none of my ideas, my specific ideas, find general acceptance, I'm fine with this just the way it is. Chair.
Thank you. So I'm just going to throw myself into the rotation a little bit. I would agree that this is not a strategic plan. It's where we focused in on the strategic priorities part of the planning. And we had done a lot of work previously with Tracy Lawrenson and our acting CAO, and a variety of different ways that we've been working on this for the year. I think at one point we did have a document that was drafted that had some more, the vision and mission and all of that sort of stuff in it. And it looked an awful lot like the previous one with some minor changes. And what we were missing in everything along the way was this section around strategic priorities. Well, what does our council want to work on? And so the context, the broader filling out of the work plans and all of that stuff comes after we decide what it is we want to work on, so that staff can make work plans for it. So that's why it's not there yet. We haven't made decisions. In past strategic planning processes, we've kind of better integrated the workshops for council to make these decisions and staff to contribute all at the same time, and we kind of landed on documents a little bit faster. I've also participated in strategic plan Alberta-wide when we were making shifts in how they wanted systems thinking management of lands in Alberta. And I've taken a lot of, and I've done strategic planning for nonprofits that I've been on the board and took over that project, and we've come up with strategic plans that are very effective. This is a focus on priorities, it's not the whole plan. So I'm wondering if we as a council are trying to move forward with just some strategic priorities this year, or if we did want to embed it into a strategic plan, or whether we are foregoing the actual full strategic plan document. So those are questions I have, General, and I hear you. You're a little uncomfortable with focusing on the priorities without the broader plan. And so my question for council is, are we going to stick with just priorities for this term and not have the broader plan, or are we planning to embed this into a broader plan that looks a lot like the 2020 strategic plan? And if that's the case, then what's the process for taking this and putting into the broader plan? If it's not the case and we're comfortable moving forward without the broader plan, then we need to decide that. Is Councillor Plummer?
Yeah, so listening to all the conversation around the table, there's a few of you that would just like to adopt this. Well, I have a problem with this because it doesn't give our staff or the public assurance that we are putting a strategic priority plan together. What we are doing is sharing our individual wants and wishes with the public. It's not a strategic plan. That's what I was trying to say at the outset. This is just a reflection of brainstorming from each individual councillor with no consensus and no concept of where we're going. So I can say that one of the problems, which has plagued our whole term, is we are missing a great deal of wealth and wisdom from staff with all the changes, with the people that are on medical leave, with the people that have left the organization. We are in not the best of shape as an organizational structure right now, and we can all probably agree on that. We need a lot of work. I don't see managerial structure or guidance or anything to that effect in our strategic plan, which needs to be incorporated. That's a simple reality for all of us. And that's why we're in the predicament we're in. But this is not a communication tool. And that's another thing that's definitely lacking with the way we're operating. A lot of our meetings behind closed doors. 3C meetings are proposed to go behind closed doors with no involvement of the public. Like, that can't happen. We all ran on transparency and open government. Is that being served? Is the public being served in that regard? Are we listening to the residents of this community and carrying out their wishes, which that is our job? The community charter states the municipality is a corporation of the residents of our community. You work for them. It also states the government body, which is the city, the council works in the best interests of its residents. We must listen, not project our individual wants and needs. It's supposed to be a reflection of them. That hasn't been done here. I can't say it any clearer than that. I really don't want to belabor the point any longer.
I have a helpful suggestion.
But I'm going to leave it at that because I could just go off the rail on this.
So I have a helpful suggestion. We need to figure out a specific change you want. Like, you need to frame the solution that you want.
There's our template right here. That's as far as we need to go. And we need to come back, spend a day, create something like this that we can all live with. And the biggest problem I have is this. This document, which starts with a couple of points on intergovernment relations. You're just spreading division. We see it in the chamber today. Why is the RCMP in our chamber? I ask you that question. It's not healthy with what's going on here in our community. We have never had to have the RCMP attend meetings in the past.
Councillor Palmer.
Yes.
I know you're worried, and I know you care.
I'm not worried.
I'm
upset.
Represent your people, and we all do that. So the implication that other people aren't here doing the same thing you're doing.
I'd like to go behind closed doors, have a good discussion in this regard, come back with something the public and we can live with. That's all. Simple as that.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Wesson.
You'd asked with regard to a document. I'm in favor of having a document which is consistent with the previous documents that council have approved for strategic priorities. And I think that provides opportunity for all residents.
Sorry.
Sorry about that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, if we keep the consistent format, then I think residents are expecting that. And so that's where I'm coming from. I think that's the final document that we have should be comparable to ones we've had in previous years.
So you're in favor of embedding our strategic priorities into a broader document with the entire strategic plan? Okay, thank you. Does anyone else have any thoughts on creating like the broader plan and how we might do that without getting too bogged down in spending a year at it? Councillor Isaacson.
Yeah, I think what's difficult, you know, Councillor Pond, and some of your comments, I agree with Councillor Elliott. The implication is that other councillors are not looking out for the best interests of residents or for the city.
I didn't say anything to that effect, Councillor Isaacson.
I think
I just expressed my concerns.
So you expressed your concerns, and so I share those concerns. I think we do need to be working in the best interests of the community, and we got elected, and we got elected for a variety of reasons, and we're trying to represent ourselves, our values, why we got elected. And also, we've learned a lot in the past year and a half. We're in the middle of our second budgeting process. And I think if we spent more time on a strategic plan, we might have more details about, you know, specific projects staff might tackle and how much they might cost. But that's at the risk of just delaying things. And I think fundamentally, you disagree with the items in this plan, and us spending more time on, and this is not a plan, these are a list of priorities. I think us spending more time on getting to a more fleshed out full plan is not going to change the fundamental nature of the fact that there are items in here that you disagree with, that other councillors do. And so I think that spending more time on it will drag things out and produce not a different response. I'm okay with not spending more time getting to a fuller plan, because I expect, because we are, you know, a year and 4 months into our term, staff are going to need to be agile. So as an example, create a housing authority, you know, healthy community, item number 4. Some of these items are quite specific. In order for us to create a housing authority, the first item will likely be a feasibility study. And that's going to come back to us, and we're going to learn about the economic opportunities and impacts and the potential social and housing impacts of a housing authority. And we'll learn about how it could impact us financially, what it might cost, what are the income draws, how it will meet our housing needs. and then council will decide whether to move forward. And so a lot of these things, absolutely, there will be money attached to them, and that will come to us, and we will debate those in individual council meetings, whether that's budget amendments or the budgeting process. But this gives staff enough information to get started. I think spending more time will end us in a similar place with a few more details that we could actually just start moving along to get, you know, item by item, if we just continued. And I unfortunately, Councillor Palm, I don't think some of the things that you are concerned with would necessarily change fundamentally. And I think that's what you're seeking. I think some of the things that really concern you in this document to you highlight what does not represent the best interests of the community. And I think that just is a disagreement that we have. And I think we both care deeply about the future of the community and the best interests of the community and listening to residents. And when we do that, we just make different decisions, which is why we're both elected, why we're both here. So I am not as interested in spending more time before we adopt something to give staff some direction, knowing that we will receive reports and staff will be asking us for direction, saying, hey, you expressed this as a priority. Here are 2 potential paths to go. Which do you want? I expect that, but I don't need to see that before I adopt a document like this.
To the chair, since most of those comments were directed in my direction, I just want to say a couple other things too in response. And that is, I want to point out that on this document, that says draft.
Yeah.
So when I received that on January 4th, and while I was on holidays, I was kind of in shock when I took a look at it. And somehow it ended up on the council table for discussion, and somebody wanted to adopt it. Well, I'm sorry, but from my experience, this doesn't fly. And that's all I'm saying. From my experience, this doesn't fly. It's not, if you don't know where you're going, you have no chance of getting there. That's what this is supposed to set out, the priorities and the roadmap and the timelines associated and who's going to do the work. Right now, there's no reflection of that. It's simply the will of each individual councillor. So it's simple. It says draft, we reconvene, go back to the drawing board, come back with something that the public could hopefully be able to relate to and see where we're planning to go.
Councillor Almeida.
Thank you for the opportunity and the acknowledgement, Chair. Councillor Palm, not only does it say draft, it also says priorities, and it doesn't say plan. And as the question came up from the chair, do we want to roll with just priorities, or do we want to roll with priorities and a plan? That's the conversation we're having now. So it sounds like you want to have a plan, which is great. Yeah, but it doesn't say plan. We're not talking about a plan yet because we haven't got that far in the conversation. If you want to have a plan, that's okay.
The conversation is to adopt this as the plan.
No, the conversation says priorities. You're incorporating it as a plan.
So we are having a general comment about the document, and the question on the table is, do we want to focus on priorities, or do we want to have the priorities embedded into a broader plan?
Yes, we do.
So I'm hearing from you, you would be supportive of having it in a broader plan, as is Mayor Was now. We have some other councillors that think that that might not be done in a timely way, and they're prepared to go with priorities. Councillor Southcott.
Thank you. The last time I was involved in a planning process, staff came up with the goals and the work list. I mean, a lot of the work list was already stuff that's going on, reorganized according to these priorities. So these priorities kind of help steer the ship. The ship's pretty big, and it's got a lot of things going on in it, which already are heading. I have great faith in our staff in being responsive to the needs, to the current needs of our community and our city. And this truly is visionary. I totally agree with you. You know, this has to do with vision, and we're in times of uncertainty. So we could change it again.
But I think there's another governance form
There was the vision.
that I'm,
Okay, it's not your turn.
you know, vision and mission and values. I'd be satisfied with the one from last term even, because they're even more general than this. There's a saying from Sociocracy, which is a governance form that I've used in another venue. It's a question. Is this good enough for now? Safe enough to try? Often that's as close as we can get. And we've just got to move forward, because moving forward is more important than getting every little detail right. So I'm asking that question now. Is this good enough for now, safe enough to try? And it is for me.
So because we have this conversation landing on basically a decision about whether we want to have a full plan to embed our priorities into, or whether we want to just stick to the priorities, I'm wondering if council's okay if we put some forward a motion toward what we want to do about that.
I would like to suggest that we do that after we look at what agreement there are on the specific items that have been put forth.
So you're proposing we table that till after our other items?
Correct.
Is everybody okay with that? I'm looking for unanimous consent. Are you consenting, or you have a comment?
No, we're in the middle of a discussion,
Yeah.
I think. What I wanted to say is it's become clear to me that Councillor Pong is against this as a document, whatever we call it. The title of it is Strategic Priorities. It could be part of a plan. But I hear Councillor Pong, I think he's said it about 5 or 6 times now. He disagrees fundamentally with these 4 statements.
Yeah, and we're going to get into each of those.
And, you know, it doesn't make much sense to me to pretend that we should all talk about how we could go forward from these 4 statements without finding out if there's any agreement.
Which is what I just suggested.
It is, yeah. Yeah. So I hear you concurring with the mayor that we should probably table how we want to format the document and whether it's within a plan or not within a plan until after we've talked about the items that people want to talk
To
about.
find out if there's any specific changes that would make anybody happy.
Okay. Is everybody okay with that? I'm seeing unanimous consent to move to the items that we want to talk about that are within the priorities, and we will table a discussion about format until the end of that conversation. I don't know if it's unanimous, actually. Did you agree that that's okay to table that one to the end?
Whatever the group wants to do.
Thank you, Councillor Paul. So the next one on our issue was on our list to talk about was environmental resiliency, which is on the wall if people don't, and I think it was the whole topic area that was on the table, and we have a couple people who put it there, so we'll start with Mayor Wazno and then move to the second. Was that you? Yeah. And you guys can speak first, and then we'll do a roundtable. Oh, go ahead.
Thank you. So my comments are based on the discussions that we had with Tracy Lawrenson. And at that time, there was a unanimous agreement that the environment resilience is a lens rather than a strategic priority. So I would propose that we take item 1 from environment resiliency and move that to healthy community, and then leave out environment resiliency in total, because staff and council will always use that as a lens.
So your suggestion is to take number 1, which is the progress on safe and accessible active transportation, and move it to healthy community.
Correct.
And do you have suggestions for items 2 and 3?
I would eliminate those items.
You want to do away with items 2 and 3?
Yes, I want to do away with environmental resiliency as a section and just move item 1 to the healthy community. So we would end up with 3 headings.
Okay, so we're going to do what Councillor Southcott wanted to talk about in this section, and then we're going to round the table.
Just wanted to clarify.
He has a clarifying question for you.
So if I'm understanding the mayor correctly, your reasoning is that environmental resiliency is something we're just going to live by naturally. And so it's not necessary that we have to list it as a main thing because that is an overall underlying objective in things we're going to do. Am I hearing you correctly?
Yes, that was the agreement that we had with Tracy Lawrence, and that is fundamental to all decision making.
Okay.
Councillor Selka.
Thank you. So I wanted to, this is kind of a reflection a little bit back to the last strategic plan. One gap seems that to me in environmental resiliency, if we were to keep that as a strategic or as a priority, is to add supporting emergency preparedness. This is just me, but in the past, since COVID-19 hit us, we've tended to forget that we're in an earthquake zone. Prior to that, it, along with fire, were viewed as the biggest threats to our community, to our region. But those two considerations, and particularly preparation for both of them, are somewhat similar. So I personally would like to see some mention of supporting emergency preparedness in there, and it would fit into environmental resiliency, I think, more than any of the other priorities. That's just my thinking. I really want to see us start thinking about, the fact that we are in an earthquake zone again.
Okay. So your suggestion would be we would add a number 4 into environmental resiliency about.
That's my suggestion specifically.
Emergency. Okay.
And it would be real simple. Support emergency preparedness. But then there could be goals beneath that, but then branch out into things that we are already doing in the regional silos or regional programs.
So yeah, we'll do a round table. So go ahead, environmental resilience.
I agree with Councillor Southcott that emergency preparedness is always should be mentioned in our strategic plan. Safety first for our citizens always is important. But if you refer to the 213 document, it laid out in perfect terms the difference between strategic community priorities and strategic corporate priorities. And there needs to be some differentiation made in terms of those, and it needs to be expanded and broadened. And this is a very good template to follow. The headings, all of the things that are on here do not set out, they're all general, for one. They're not divisive in any nature, way, or shape, or form. And they're simply guideposts for staff and the citizens to follow and where council's coming from. But those two categories, community priorities, corporate priorities, are much different than each other.
Councilor Meade.
Yeah, I'm right in the middle here. I could see the point of the mayor's point of view, and I could also go the other way. So I'm kind of on the fence in either direction with regards to the topics on environmental resiliency, because kind of in line with the mayor's point of view to what Councillor Southcott said, emergency preparedness in our location should just be a standard, not something that may or may not come off a list at any point in time. So I can kind of see both sides of the fence, whether we keep it or not. I'm open to conversation.
Councillor Dillon.
I guess, you know, what the mayor is saying, and maybe even what Councillor Southcott is saying, could be supported, but would require additional comments somewhere in a plan to enhance these priorities. That would explain and define the lens that we're talking about using. It's not discussed on the strategic priorities document. It's not discussed on the nice little announcements that we have with it. It's just not there. And if we're going to say we're going to remove these because they're covered in an environmental lens, we're going to need some language somewhere to commit to that environmental lens and describe what it means so people will understand it. That's my comment on where we are right now. We're sort of halfway to maybe getting somewhere on something, but we're not there yet, in my opinion, because you can't just move something from one column to another and then say somehow we're going to imply that an environmental lens is overwhelming everything. And we haven't said that anywhere yet.
Councillor Isaacson. Thank you, Chair. One question for Councillor Southcott about his idea. I mean, there's a lot of emergency preparedness that's legislative and is dealt with by the city through its relationship with the regional district. And so I'm wondering what is unique about this, like why would it be important to be, from your sense, in the city's plan or list of priorities?
More so, two reasons. One is this is going to be perceived by our community to be the focuses of our attention. And parenthetically, that's why I really like what the mayor suggested in terms of lens, because it's overarching. But specifically, because I feel that in our activity, but this is just me, because I've been involved in emergency planning for a long, long time. And I would like to see more attention to that in terms of the focus of what we intend to give attention to. But I'm kind of confused because I really do like what the mayor suggested, and I'm not sure. I mean, I hate this. I wish we could make it simpler.
So that was the answer to my question. I don't know if it's just because, I've been through this with you all for a year. And so when I think about suggestions, I think, does it improve it enough that it's worth spending the time on? And it's not that I don't find emergency planning a priority. I just don't think like we already have responsibilities and relationships with the regional district. To me, it doesn't necessitate being elevated to be on the plan. So that's where my thinking is currently. Regarding the mayor's comment regarding lens, I also could support that, but then that opens a conversation to how do we define that and what other lenses are we using? Like, are we using a poverty reduction lens? Are we using a fiscal responsibility lens? Are we using an inclusion and accessibility lens? Like that opens up a whole other conversation that I think we would need to have. Because I think if we had, like, for example, we could have on our strategic plan talked about the use of natural, encouraging staff to explore the use of natural assets to reduce our infrastructure costs or something like that. But it's not on here. If we just had a lens, I don't think it gives staff, it gives council and staff a lens through which to make their decisions, but it doesn't necessarily tell them where to go out in front and proactively propose options to council. So I would be concerned about losing 2 or 3 because I do think they tell staff where we want to be, what kind of reports and solutions and ideas we want to come to council. So I'd be concerned about losing those and only doing a lens, and because I think it has to open up a bigger conversation, which I think, like, if we were at the beginning of this process, I would definitely welcome. But does it add the value that I would want to see and I think we should spend our time on now? I don't think so. So that's where I am right now. Yeah. Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, so it's my turn to comment on this, on these items in this area. So I'm a big proponent of lenses, and it was me that brought forward powerfully at the beginning of our process the idea of having an environmental lens. The part we never got to was an accountable framework for what a lens is. And so without an accountable framework for the lens as far as how each department would use it, it's useless. And because we're a year and so far in, and it would take time to actually develop that lens to something that was actually useful and accountable, I think we need to try again next time, I guess. So I love the idea of a lens, but a lens isn't just saying we have a lens. A lens is an actual framework of accountability for how each and every department takes care of environmental resiliency, how each and every department incorporates it, and the things they consider when they're making their decision around fleet changes, about how they do their business and how that addresses climate, what their actual plan is to reduce their greenhouse gases and all of those things. So that's how a lens is. It's an accountable framework for how everybody does their business that includes environmental resiliency. And I'm all in favor of that, but we haven't spent any time and every single time we had a draft come out, it just kind of dropped all of that off. None of it showed up. And so I'm not in favor of pushing for a lens right now. We need one. We need to develop one for our future, for our community. I think it's safer for us to pick a few priorities that we can agree on and work on them for the remainder of our term and look for what we need to do as far as building an accountable lens system for all of our work for a number of fronts, not just environmental. Quite frankly, a systems approach is exactly that. It's a system that works throughout to meet higher level goals, environmental resiliency, healthy community, those kinds of things. Economic vibrant, like all of our basic topics are things we want for our community. I'm okay with having less topics. I'm not okay with dropping any of the items. Councillor Southcott's idea was put forward during our last workshop and didn't make it up the voting chain. And so are we going to re-look at all things that didn't make up the voting chain? So we had items that I thought were equally important that are missed in this document, but we all decided, we didn't find enough focus for enough council members on that item to get it into this document. So of course, emergency preparedness is important. Most of our day-to-day business is super important. But what we did with this document is come up with some priorities for council to work on in this term. It doesn't mean we're dropping all of the rest of the stuff we're doing. It just means this is where most of us put our voting in the basket when we were trying to come up with our priorities. And so my thoughts on the whole lens system is, yeah, that would be amazing if we could get there. I'm not prepared to have a document that doesn't define what that lens is or how it looks or has any accountability behind it. So I'm kind of thinking we don't drop it at this point. So that's how I'm feeling. Go ahead, Councillor.
Is there any councillors that haven't had input yet?
We've had one round.
Okay, so I just want to try to cut to the chase on where we are. So it's getting dark out there and people are in the gallery waiting for us to do something and make some decisions there. So what I would like to propose is, since this is a draft of priorities, it has no value as a strategic or no relevance as a strategic plan. And Councillor Dowd alluded to that when he spoke. This is just a simple list of council priorities, individual priorities, I may add, that set the frame for us to now put together a strategic plan. Mm-hmm. So I would like to move that we table this document for a future meeting where we can spend and have a healthy conversation and try to come up with how these go forward in a strategic plan that reflects the community needs and wants. Simple as that. If somebody would second that motion, we can get out of this conundrum we're in today and revisit at an appropriate time, and we can have a very healthy discussion with everybody being able to put their thoughts forward, because when it comes to which priorities are which and what order and how they should be labeled and everything, we have some, but we haven't even had a chance to talk about it yet.
What a point of order called? What's the point of order?
So I thought there was consensus to table the discussion on how to deal with the format and the extent of this document until after we've gone through the 4 things. So I just want us to continue on with that conversation.
So Councillor Palm, we did table that until the end of this.
We can go around the mulberry bush as far as you want today.
So we can have you bring your motion forward when we get back to that after we've had our topics. Councillor Anita, or no, Mayor Losnap, you were next.
With regard to a lens, in 1987, Madam Brundtland chaired the Sustainable Development, and that report was embraced around the world. It was incorporated into almost every imaginable university course that you can think about. And so most or all of our staff understand the concept of sustainable development. By saying we as a council endorse you using that lens, they will make the decisions that we all want to see. So they will evaluate whether or not option 1, 2, or 3 minimizes the amount of global warming gases. So I think that infrastructure is there, and I think there's far more knowledge within our staff than we're giving credit for. So I think the concept of a lens is very straightforward.
Okay. Does anyone else have any comments? We can move to motions for this particular section if we've done the round. Councillor Suffolk.
I'm letting go of the emergency planning thing.
You're gonna, what's right?
Forget that now.
He is not going to make a motion about adding in
I'm satisfied
emergency
that
preparedness.
it's being looked after. So
I was going to say, on a lighter note, it would give us a nice balance of 4 topics across the board. And I do like balance in life.
Councillor Southcott, I just said that is an excellent one to have under a healthy community.
Mm-hmm.
Or economical.
So if you wanted to turn your, if you wanted to make a motion that you thought you could maybe get some support for, we would entertain that at this point, Mayor Wasna. Having heard what people are interested in, you could make a motion and see what we can get supported.
Okay. I would like to move that we delete the environmental resiliency heading, and that we move item 1 to the healthy community, and we have the appropriate description within the strategic plan laying out what a lens is and how our staff will utilize that.
Do I have a seconder?
A second for discussion.
Seconded by Councillor Palm. I think you've spoke to it already. Do you want to hear a round of talk? Anybody want to speak to this motion?
I think I've shared everything already.
yeah, I just have one thought.
Councillor Sesta.
As much as I love the lens concept, I referred to the time I spent with the Brooks classes earlier in the meeting, and they really focused on number 2 and 3 on environmental resiliency. So have real difficulty in letting go of those two statements. They really embrace an awful lot that I have worked with up until now. We're very involved with solid waste and organics, and I think that in this world, I don't think we can not say something specific about GHG. So I can't let go of those two, I'm afraid. We'd have to put somewhere else.
Yeah, thank you. I think I probably, I know I won't support this motion, but it's not because I don't, like, I think all of your points are totally valid, Mayor. But I think had we started from the beginning, I think this would have been a good starting point, and we would have been able to spend time on that framework and accountability. But I think my urge to just move forward with the rest of the time we have on our term is outweighing that, and the items in here highlight for me what represents some specific actions we're wanting staff to take. So I don't think I'll support this motion.
Councillor Almeida.
I'm going to concur with Councillor Isaacson, specifically for the fact that I'd be totally fine with making a change that was like going to impact the strategic priorities and eventually the strategic plan. Since the change that we're recommending here is just a aesthetical wordplay more than anything else, I'd rather move on to topics that, because we're still going to, climate stuff is still going to be part of it, whether it's the lens or a focal point, it's still going to be part of the conversation. So I think it makes it relatively moot. So I'd rather move on to other changes that are different than what we actually have.
Mayor Wilson.
I'd just like to point out that with Tracy Lawrenson, there was a consensus of council that we would use the environment as a lens. So that consensus was lost in the time that was spent putting together the draft in front of us. So we've been there, we discussed it, there was a consensus, so I think we could go back to the consensus.
Thank you. So I'm going to put myself on the speaker's list and then I'll call the question. I would be more comfortable with this motion if we weren't dropping items. I love the idea of a lens. If we're going to have a lens, one of the items we need to focus on is sort of a environmental lens, like development of an environmental lens accountability framework. And so that staff could do that, and that would make me a lot more comfortable, to be quite honest. And I would like to work on that. But for now, I'm not going to vote in favor of dropping any of the items, but I would be okay with moving them to other columns and including the lens. Like, I like that part of your suggestion in a strategic plan document, if that's what we go for. So I'm uncomfortable with the motion as is, but I could put on the table that I would move to amend the motion to indicate that we move item 1 to healthy community. Actually, we could move all of them to a healthy community, really, because healthy community does include a healthy environment. If you're interested in amalgamating columns, and leave the part about having the lens described within the overall document, should we decide to have one. If there's a seconder for that, I could. Seconded by Mayor Wasnow. Any comments on the amendment? Councillor Dowd.
Yeah, and I was listening to what everybody had to say about it, and then, you know, with the amendment, all we're doing is removing mention in the priorities of the environment.
Well, they would be under healthy community.
I can say we're removing the title environmental resiliency from our priorities. Okay, right now it's one of the 4 priorities. The main motion was to rearrange that somewhat. Drop one item. Now we're removing the heading completely. I'm not in favor of that.
Okay. So just, is this about the amendment?
Yeah, I just want to point out that what you're asking for here falls in the category of sustainability for our community, and was a simple statement back in the day. The city will be a leader in increasing community environmental, social/cultural, and economic sustainability. A very progressive statement that we've lived by that term and beyond, and got a lot accomplished on. So anyway, I'm gonna vote in favor of the lens because we have far greater issues to deal with on our plate at this point in time for this city than to go around this discussion. I'm sorry.
So we're going to call the question on the amendment, and the amendment is to not drop any of the items, but to move them into healthy communities and to add the idea of a description of an environmental lens to our strategic plan, should we decide to do a strategic plan document instead of strategic priorities, which we will figure out at the end. Is everybody clear on the motion?
No, I thought your amendment, if we're voting on the amendment, was to move these 3 items over and leave so we would remove one of the 4 columns, but and the lens would be addressed in the original. I am actually not clear what we're voting on.
Sorry, the amendment was yes to include all 3 in healthy communities.
Okay.
And then the rest of the things I talked about were part of the original motion.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you for that clarity. With that in mind, if everyone's clear on the amendment, I will call the question on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment? Those opposed? We have 5 opposed to the amendment and 2 in favor. The motion fails. So
the amendment motion.
The amendment fails, yes. So we're back to the original motion as made. All in favor of the original motion? All opposed? We have 2 in favor and 5 opposed.
I was just putting my hand up because you looked like you needed to count the game.
Oh, sorry. 5 opposed, 2 in favor. It does not pass. So we have no changes recommended from that exercise. Are we ready to move along to industry and ECDEV? Sure. Yeah. Okay. So industry and ECDEV, we who put that on the list?
I did.
Okay. Councillor Isaacs, speak to it.
Currently we have industry is mentioned really only under prioritization of city-owned lands. We mentioned industrial opportunities and economic development, or light industrial and economic diversification opportunities. And this is one of the ones where I could go either way. I know it was part of our discussion when as a council we were getting to these 15 items, and it ended up not getting to this list. And I'm just reflecting on some of the comments made in letters to council, and I wanted to honor those and just kind of have that sober second thought of whether we include reference to economic diversification strategy in this document. So that's I just wanted to, that's as far as I have with the proposal. This is a moment for sober second thought, given some feedback from people on our draft.
Okay. Councillor Pond, Councillor Isaacson suggested we need an economic diversification strategy added. Did you have any comments?
So you're only talking about industry and economic development at this point. You're not talking about a specific category here.
that was the topic that was put on the list to talk about. And so the suggestion was under economic vibrancy, we add
Okay,
a
well,
topic for economic
my first
diversity.
suggestion would be to change economic vibrancy to economic sustainability and revitalization. That would be a more appropriate heading where we are in the city at the present time. And I'd certainly like to add that we make some reference to sustainability of our tax base and some reference to living within our means. I'd also like to include, well, that comes under communication, but we don't even have a communication area, so we should make reference to the ratepayers and input on budgeting and economic diversification, because they have become a very welcomed and supportive group that are trying to look after the welfare of our city and give us guidance.
Thank you.
And lastly, there is no reference to industrial tax base. I would like some brainstorming and some investigation as to mill site and industrial taxes on a go-forward basis.
Councilor Almeida.
I guess I'm a little curious. Two references to industrial influence on the economic vibrancy category or vitality or however we want to word it, although I do like two-word headers in general. But we're not going out, at least that I'm aware of, maybe the mayor does and some others do, to go recruit businesses to come to town. So how does council play a role in economic diversity in that way to make it a strategic plan for staff to work towards? And that's an open-ended question because I'm really curious. And maybe even the CAO might have some answers too, but.
You're awesome.
I support the 4 items.
That we have?
Correct.
Do you have any comments on the idea of diversification strategy?
I think it's redundant.
Okay. Councilor Dowd.
Yeah, there's, the Councilor Palm mentioned a long list. I think economic vibrancy is important. Small business attraction and retention is important too. Keeping the small businesses we have and making sure we can do what we can in bylaws and programs to strengthen small businesses, something that's well within our capability. As far as involving ratepayers association and budgetary programs, well, that's a big issue, and that's something you could discuss for a long time, finding out an appropriate way to do that. I've done quite a bunch of reading about involving ratepayers associations and things like zoning bylaw changes and things like that, and all of the responsibilities that puts on a ratepayers association to do training and provide facilities and do quite a few things. But I think that's a good decision to have separately from our strategic plan and strategic priorities, and have that done. To Councillor Almeida's questions about going out and trying to attract major business, that's quite a challenge. I guess what you do is you go to trade shows all over North America and the world, and you take the mayor and the CAO, and they can put up maps and play videos and tell everybody to come to Powell River, and all of the businesses will come and say, how much will you pay me to come there? And then we can have a discussion, all us councillors, about how much we're willing to pay in the industry to come to Powell River. I don't know if we want to fit that into our budget or not, but that's how you do it. It costs money. You have to put a lot of money into doing that. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. But and the mill site, well, we don't own the mill site. That's something I think everybody in town has to come to realize, is the city doesn't own or control the mill site. Right now, it's owned by Catalyst, Paper Excellence, I think, however that chain goes. And I was hoping for a long time they would actually sell it to somebody fairly quickly, but it doesn't look like that's on the horizon right now. So, you know, they control the site. They control whatever industry, if anything, takes place on that site right now. And there's not a lot I don't think the council can do to change that. But these 4 items that are on the list here are things that we can do as council. We can try to make sure our bylaws do and our efforts do. So I'm happy leaving the economic vibrancy as it is. And I care about economic development, but you know, the reality is it's a reactive thing. We're going to have to be able to react as best we can within the powers we have to the opportunities that present themselves.
Councillor Sutcliffe.
Thank you. I have a suggestion, and that is that we that we remove the word small from point 1 in economic vibrancy. Alternatively, we could add the words and large.
What about medium-sized ones?
Okay, that sounds pretty clear. So I'm actually really fond of the idea of an economic diversification strategy. Economic development was where I started my career. It still has a big piece of my heart. Usually what you do is you gather a bunch of metrics for the community that helps you identify, you know, your strengths and where your assets are, and you have a community engagement where people try to envision what their community might look like in 20 years so that you can figure out what types of businesses you might want to have programs for attraction, or what you might want to do, like areas you could focus on. So if that through a process like that, you're creating a strategy, the community decided we really want to focus on the marine industry, then council would have a document and a reason for focusing programs, tax dollars on incentives for marine industry, for example. So the idea is creating an economic diversification strategy includes gathering some actual metric data relevant to economic development, sharing it with the community, and the community come up with some visions for the future, and then having a strategy, and then we fill in what we might want to do down the road as far as getting toward those visions. And I love it. It was on the list that we bounced around and didn't seem to get on here at one time. It also requires us to fund some folks to go do that work, and I'm thinking that it didn't get on the list because maybe we decided it wasn't a priority for our dollars right now. It's definitely close to my heart, and I would be okay with it being there. So that's my thoughts on it.
I just want to point out that city-owned lands and economic diversification opportunities are also already incorporated in this document under healthy community. That particular item, economic diversity and city-owned land, should probably be moved to the economic category from healthy community.
So your suggestion we move number 2 under health communities over to economic vibrancy?
Well, maybe not all of it, but at least part of it.
It could do that. It belongs.
And the other thing is there's not a lot of reference to our community forest or business community in this document. So if we were to include some reference to that vital component of our community, that might be well received by our residents.
I was just going to point out to several people's points, but Councillor Elliott explained economic diversification plan quite well. Correct, it was in our list of strategic plans or strategic ideas when we met in December. But as we were working towards consensus, point number 1 was blended from economic diversity. And as you were describing economic diversity, the thought in my head was number 1 under economic vibrancy says that in just more words. Because creating and implementing a small business attraction plan could also say create an economic diversification plan, just choosing slightly different words. And that's what we did a month ago, is we had two options that were kind of similar, and we decided to, and I've got the notes here, we decided to kind of amalgamate them into what we see here in point number one. So I think, again, we're kind of on the right track, but going around in circles a bit to come back to points that were part of the conversation, but we consolidated things to try to be more concise at the time and move forward, and now we're kind of going backwards to those same conversations.
I'd like to support what Councillor Almeida just said, and that's why I thought I expressed it that it was redundant because it was already covered.
So as the original suggester, yeah, I'm not hearing that there's going to be consensus on adding that in any way, so I'm happy not to make a motion. I think I do want to respond to Councillor Almeida's point about what is the city role, and I think one of our key roles already is in the plan, so city-owned uses. So for example, there was very little light industrial properties in town. A lot of people take their businesses to the regional district. And so there's an opportunity to develop out city-owned lands to advance the more light industrial being able to stay in town. So one of the city's roles is, if a business is looking, where should we set up shop? Is there any light industrial space in our community? That would be like a key question that the city could actually respond to. It's already in here. I'm not hearing a strong will, and so I'm happy to not make any motions about this. And I would actually prefer not to add the word, or to take out the word small. I think we were really quite intentional about referencing small business, in the sense that small business makes our community livable, and provides as a sector, provides a vast number of jobs in this community. And so I think, and they are also so much at risk, for example, with the COVID loans that are coming due now. Like, there are things that we can't that are out of our control, but to see what's in our control and making sure that any barriers that the city puts up to businesses thriving, tax rate's one of those, but it's also just, licenses and etc. So in hearing what I'm hearing now, I'm not going to make a motion to make any changes.
Okay. Does anybody around the table here want to make motions with the economic vibrancy topic? At this time, having heard everybody here.
That's it.
Mayor Wasser.
Sorry. I'd like to move that we accept the 4 items that are in the draft.
So you're not wanting to change anything? Okay, so just as a way of process, we probably don't need a motion for that. We're just making motions right now for anything we want to change. So for example, if Councillor Palm wanted to move item 2 from healthy communities into economic vibrancy, he could do a motion like that at this point. Did you want to do that?
I will simply move that a portion of number 2 under healthy community be moved to economic, whatever we're going to call it in the future. We prioritize lease of city-owned lands to support economic diversification and opportunities in our city.
So the intent of those 2 statements are not exactly the same. So do you want to create a new one that says that over here?
I think he's referring to just the beginning and end of that paragraph, not the whole thing.
Just the city-owned land portion, moving it over under economic.
Well, the rest doesn't.
But not the housing challenge.
You can leave the rest of it under 2 and just reword it the way you want.
Okay, so I'm trying to get the motion clear. So the item won't, those ones you're trying to, the areas you're trying to draw, they won't stand on their own without that. So we're either going to have one that says this and a new one that says what you want, or we would have just the new one and drop the rest of the wording out of that. So I'm trying to figure out which motion you want.
Let's move the whole thing.
Move the whole thing. Okay, so you're wanting to make a motion to move item 2 from healthy communities over to economic vibrancy. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Seconded by Mayor Wozniak for discussion. Councillor Dowd.
Yeah. The reason I didn't second the motion and that I believe this item should stay in the healthy communities is it because it specifies a number of priorities like multifamily, non-market multifamily housing, child care, hospice, primary care, etc. that are all healthy community issues. They're all social issues for the community as a whole, as opposed to the economic issues, primarily. They're all economic, but they're also social issues and community health issues.
Yeah, I didn't second it, but I agree that this could fit under economic vibrancy. So could the housing authority as it relates to worker housing. So could the official community plan. So it's not that I don't support it. I think the four categories are like fairly artificial and quite porous, and there are things that fall under multiple ones. I think what's most important is that this language is here more than anything. So to me, it's like 6 of one, half dozen of the other.
Councillor Armida?
I'm the same boat. It's not changing the document, it's just shifting it from column B to column D, and that's not impacting anything overall, so.
Any other comments before I call the question? All in favor of moving item 2 from healthy communities over to economic vibrancy? We have 3 in favor and all opposed. 4 opposed. The motion does not carry. Are we okay moving to intergovernmental points 2 and 1? Good. So we had somebody put intergovernmental point 2 on, and then we had the mayor put 2 and 1 on. So we'll hear from whoever put the point 2 on first. Councillor Southcott, and then we'll
just a point. We normally break, so we have a 5-minute break.
Oh, good point. Okay. So we will do a 5-minute bio break and then come back and start intergovernmental discussion.
If you want to post the break just for a few minutes, the food is just about on its way, so it's not quite here yet unless you want to just wait.
I feel like maybe someone has to go to the bathroom, so we should probably do it now.
Yeah, so maybe 10 minutes instead of 5?
We can do 10, sure.
Then maybe
it's up to the council. 10-minute bio break?
Yeah, and food.
All right.
Riveting. We're riveting.
We weren't very riveting. We've lost some of our audience, it looks like.
I'm not sure exactly when they left, but it was a while.
I mean, I would say half stayed for half that. We're still live, right? Hey, Roger, wave if you can hear me. Maybe it's a 30-second delay.
There's might be a delay, yeah. I'm gonna eat this one so I can have a bit of brain food and my sugar.
Do you think food's coming? None of the staff are here. I'm like, is food coming up here or?
Probably. The back table's clear for it.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, someone asked me to go to the movie tonight. I was like, I don't know. I'll let you know. But
I went last night. It's a good movie.
I was Boy and the Heron. It's one of the ones that was nominated for animated Best Picture.
Oh.
It's a Japanese director. Yeah, and he also did other ones that he do that were quite well known.
He has a whole bunch on Netflix. So
many.
My son had seen a bunch of his stuff already.
Yeah.
So he was telling me all about this, and then Lisa also was there, and George, and they were talking about that, and so I couldn't participate because I didn't know much about him.
Mm-hmm.
But my son and her had a great conversation about all the other shows.
So you watched the movie, George? Oh, I thought. Oh, George Wall. Okay.
No, yeah, Lisa and George.
Okay.
I actually don't. What's his last name again?
Wall.
Well, okay.
Um,
Would you like, there's some coffee, tea, anything?
Bring us some hot water. Let's see.
I don't know. I could probably go to the bathroom if I gotta have any of that.
Would you like a coffee comfortable?
I'll get up if I decide to add some. I'm hungry. Oh, perfect. And the mic is still on. Or I can do.
Can I ask you to chair if there's anyone still on it?
That's going to pop up here in a second. We'll see.
Okay.
Hello, council chambers. That was Greg we saw.
Paul's there.
All right. If everybody can hear us and we're back live again, just give us a little thumbs up.
Yep, we got thumbs up.
Great. So we're gonna continue to work with some people eating at the same time. And we are back in session. Thank you for your patience. And we are on the topic of intergovernmental point 2. And whoever put point 2 up first is on the docket first.
No, you put
No,
it
that was
first.
you. He added on.
I'd be quite happy to defer to the mayor.
Okay. Go ahead, Mayor.
I think we're on the same.
Thank you. So, as I said earlier, I think the community accord outlines how the Klamath Nation and the city of Powell River will work together at a government-to-government level. And my recommendation is that we have 2 items added. One is very simple, to consult with city residents on Klamath Nation's request for a name change. And 2 is a public vote by city residents on the name change request. And I put these forward because I think it strengthens our relationships with the Klamath Nation. Klamath Nation has made a request to the city, and I think this will show that we're serious in terms of reaching a decision that will have benefit for the long term. And I'd be glad if people have any other questions, but to me, the accord was put in place to ensure long-term positive relationships between the Klamath Nation and the city.
So I got the consult with city residents point. Can you tell me your second one again, please?
It's a public vote by city residents on name change request.
Okay. Councillor Selka also had it on his list, so we'll have him speak and then we'll do the roundtable.
My suggestion is very simple, and that is to change the wording of point 2 from take real steps toward a name change to this. Take real steps to work with the name change question. My intention is to maximize inclusivity. I have watched the discussion become divisive. Of course, it was pretty divisive to start with. But it became that very quickly. There are the first line and the last line of the introduction to the community accord basically covers the rationale, but that's my intention. I have another copy over here. Oh, there it is. That is, all residents of Powell River and Tla'amin trace their origin to societies of different cultural traditions, beliefs, and values. The last line is this: Powell River and Tla'amin deem recognition, understanding, and reconciliation the foundation of their community's common good. Paramount is the respect for and appreciation of each other's diverse backgrounds. I would love to see us re-engage a conversation that
really does include many people who I see as basically objecting now. And having been born and raised here and having my heritage go back 2 generations before me, I have a deep sense for the pride and love that all of us have, but particularly those who I've regarded as the establishment sector of this community, for their own heritage. I also see that our heritages have coexisted up till now. Yes, there are things to look at and change to go through, but I would like us to do that together. And that's why I suggest this very simple wording: take real steps to work with the name change question. I feel that would open this up to invite everyone back in to try to find a resolution that works for all of us.
Thank you. We're going to do the roundtable now. And then we'll get to the part where Councillor.
Go that way.
Yes, we can go that way if you prefer. Councillor Isaac.
I would be comfortable adding language similar to what the mayor shared, specifically around engaging the public. I think, to me, that's presumed in that, but I think it might make it clear that that's part of the intent. I'm not comfortable including reference to a public vote. Not that I think it is in the realm of possibility that that's where we end up, but I don't want, I want to focus on process, not outcome. And so in terms of adding language, I think Councillor Southcott's point around talking about the name change question is too, I don't know, it's too vague. But I think if I were to, if we're trying to figure out what language here could get more people to come along, I'm comfortable adding language regarding engaging city residents. Yeah. So those are my first thoughts, and similar to what we've done before, I'll probably have reactions after I hear other people's, or more thoughts after I hear other people's ideas.
Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, so I actually like the mayor's suggestion. And when I read over the 20 letters that we got in January, okay, there was a whole bunch of them that were very similar, some were identical, saying they really, really loved the idea of the name change and wanted us to do it as quickly as possible. The only ones that were really against the name change, though, said that they really wanted a vote. And that seems to me to be a key. There's a couple of people that phone me every time they see the word name change in the newspaper and feel they need to yell at me and tell me that we need to have an opinion poll. And I keep telling my friend Vern and others that I've been saying that for about 2 years. The provincial government requires us to have a poll so that we can demonstrate the support of the people in the community for a name change if we are in fact going to do it. So to move it along in any reasonable way has to have at the end goal an opinion poll to see if the citizens of the city, the residents of the city, are in favor of doing it. That's why I'm in favor of an opinion poll, to do that properly. We've got all the electoral officers that we need to set up a proper legal opinion poll that's fair, and set up a consultation so that anybody who wants to participate can. And I would really love it if the Willamette Nation was to participate in the consultation and talk about the reasons why they'd like to see it, but they don't have to if they don't want to. Other people can say why they want a name change or why they don't. And I'm in favor of the idea of having a consultation with anybody who wants to consult and putting out there the decision to have an opinion poll at some particular time. Doesn't matter to me whether it's sometime in November of this year or November of next year or at the election time, but have some particular time when there's going to be a decision made. And the fact is that as much as everybody might be all unified and have everybody come to the theater and say we all agree, that it ain't going to happen because there are people who don't agree. There are people who have different opinions. And the only way you're ever going to work that out is to talk to each other. And sometimes it's going to be uncomfortable, but that's how you get to a conclusion. So I like the mayor's suggestion. Maybe we can play with the words, and you can always find a way to disagree with it if you want to with the words. But we could find some more logical way to put it down, because I think actually the people of Powell River, all of them, would like to come to a conclusion. And having said that, whatever conclusion we come to will be the conclusion for the day. That won't stop anybody from a month later coming and suggesting we should do something different. We'll do it over again. You know, life goes on.
Councilor Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm kind of lost for words. I kind of am in agreement with both Councillor Isaacson and Councillor Dowd. I would agree with some of what the mayor suggested and some of what Councillor Southcott suggested. And I think on the opinion poll, I'm not opposed to having the opinion poll. I don't feel similar to how previously the economic diversification plan didn't need to specifically be in the strategic priorities because it was a result of the priorities. I also don't feel the opinion poll has to be in the priorities, it'll be the result of the priorities. So I would agree some openness to rewording, using some of the mayor's wordings about consulting with residents. You know, and if I were to just quickly wordsmith consulting with residents to take real steps towards answering or resolving the Tla'amin name change request, would be just something loosely off there that kind of encompasses a little bit of both what Councillor Southcott and the mayor have both shared. And I think just like a few of our items here, things like the opinion poll would just be a natural result of that engagement process.
Did you want to go after me or before? I wasn't sure what your intention was, but going.
I'm going to ask a quick question because I want to be clear on what I'm talking about in terms of the two approaches here. Mayor, could you just repeat for me what you advocated? Did you actually didn't make a motion, did you?
No, he just
so I just want to be clear on what you're advocating.
So I'm advocating consultation subsequently with a opinion poll.
Okay. So, Councillor, go right ahead and I'll follow you.
Okay. I think opinion polls have always been part of the process and nobody has suggested they wouldn't be, because otherwise how do we know what people think? There's also a lot of stuff involved in a process before you have an opinion poll. For example, when we're talking about the fire hall, we had a whole committee come up with a lot of research and information and recommendations, which we then turned into a question. People could see all the information and participate in all, you know, show up at all the meetings and so forth. When it comes to this kind of question, it's a little bit unprecedented and we don't necessarily have a script to follow. But generally speaking, if we are to ask an opinion, if the people in our community would like their name changed, we need to have something that we're going to change it to. Would you like it to change to this, or would you like it to change to that? And so I see a huge opportunity to consult with our community to determine what we would put on such a question. So if we were going to change our name, what would we change it to?
And without going through consultation to find out what other things the community might love to call themselves, we can't really have an opinion on whether we're going to change it to that or not, because asking if you want to change your name to some unknown scary thing is never the right question. It has to be to this or to that. So when we ask our public, should we have a loan to get a fire hall, we don't ask them for an open-ended amount of loan. We say up to a certain amount of money so that they know what it is they're approving. We can't have an open-ended opinion poll because it just doesn't work. Asset voting works because they know what it is they're voting for. So from my perspective, taking real steps toward a name change means that we're going to decide on the process. We're going to go out and consult with the community. And at some point, we're going to have some information to put into an opinion poll so that we can actually ask a question. We haven't done any of that work yet. And everybody being scared of us doing that work isn't going to help. So I don't mind any of the suggestions. I just want some clarity around what it means to have an opinion poll. To me, it does not mean yes or no. It means, do you want to change it to this, or do you want to change it to that? We can't have an open-ended question on like that. So, and we could have several opinion polls, actually. There could be lots of opinion polls while we narrow down what we want to put on there. Like, we could have a community engagement process that has the entire community putting in ideas, and then we can have opinion polls on all the ideas to see where we like, which ones they like. And when we can narrow down to the favorites, we would then have something to ask them if we would like to change it to XYZ city or Zunga City or River City or whatever the ideas come down to that are the favorite. Because then people have something they can decide. Do we want to do that, or do we want to not do that? And that is also a wonderful community engagement process to have people involved in. Those are my thoughts. If we can do another round.
Can I come now?
You sure can, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. So the first thing I want to do and say is I don't want to create more division. I want to soften whatever we're going to put in this document in terms of priorities when we create a strategic plan. And it has to be focused on non-confrontational wording. I agree with the mayor. I like his suggestion because it actually takes us somewhere to deal with this down the road. And the one thing I will say, this is a long-term process. It's not overnight, it's not tomorrow, and it's not next spring or fall. Unless we want to go down the opinion poll road. And if there is an avenue for us to put a question out to the public on the provincial election agenda from the municipal, it's legal or we can do it. But that's something we should investigate, because we're then assured that all of our residents are going to get out and vote. And we will get a clear picture on where we're going to go.
I don't understand the idea you just had. Could you explain?
The provincial election happens next fall, right? This fall. And if the mayor wants to go down the road of an opinion poll, that would be the appropriate time to investigate whether it can be incorporated when everybody's going to the poll to vote provincially. Because this is not just a Powell River item, this affects the whole province. This has ramifications right across the spectrum. So if we can somehow incorporate that question for the public to specifically give us some response where it's not going to cost us an arm and a leg, because I've been advocating all along, let's just go slow and get to the next election where you can put it out there. That would be my preference. But if you want to barge ahead on this, that might be something you want to consider and investigate whether it's even possible. I don't know. I don't have the answer. However, what I want to be assured of is that in terms of priorities, we take and give the public some direction, like an opinion poll that we're working towards, and it's a long-term goal, and there aren't any more specifics than that. I don't want to jump ahead and start framing an opinion poll process and what the question may be. Because first of all, we have to put a process in place and work toward the timelines that would be appropriate. That's all I'm saying. So I support the mayor's recommendation.
Councilor Almeida.
I just wanted to, Councilor Palm had the suggestion of tapping into the provincial election. I was also, have been curious about that for the past year, because just the cost of, I think we save up for the entire term of one council to fund the election for the next council. So I'd hate to have to run a vote just for a purpose of an opinion poll. And I think doing a digital one is prone to other problems. So I don't know what the legal standing and ramifications would be, but I would also like to see how that would work, if that would work to tie it into whether it's a provincial or federal election that are both coming up within the next 18 months probably.
So I'm not entirely clear. You want everybody in the province to vote?
No, it's just our.
So I don't understand that.
Our city's already coming to the poll anyways.
Yeah.
Just like we did the fire vote last year on the fire department. You timed the vote to go along with the municipal election. The only difference was that was a municipal election and a municipal assent vote. So the question is there legal justification for us to include a municipal opinion poll in a provincial or federal election and get people when they already have a reason to come to the poll and just piggyback on top of that versus having to advertise completely separately and then fund all the other staffing required to run some sort of polling booth.
Okay, so I understand the question. I'm going to get to you. Here's my take on this as far as this table goes. Is that's a very interesting question that we could send back to staff for information. It's also part of investigating what our process might look like, timings, and all of the opportunities that we have within it. It doesn't necessarily need to be in the strategic plan. It's a piece of information that could be used when we're planning our process. Because I agree with Councillor Kong, we need to identify a process of some sort. And whether and how we do that and where we land may or may not include that opportunity. So I think we'll leave that for now, and we'll move back to.
But there's an important point.
Yes.
The point is assuring the residents of Powell River that we're working in that direction. There's nothing wrong with including opinion poll down the road, long-term planning in our document, because it gives them some assurance that that's going to happen and they can feel a little bit less apprehensive about the whole process.
Okay, gotcha.
So I'd like to try and get the ball rolling towards a modification. I think the opinion poll is a great topic for Councilor Palm has referred to a table of action items as previous plans have had, and I think the opinion poll, or however we want to describe it, is a perfect spot for the action list as we're getting there. In terms of our priority list, I'm going to try to wordsmith a little bit of where the mayor's got, and then we'll see where the conversation goes. But if I can borrow your sheet here, Mayor. Okay, so I'm going to make a motion to modify point number 2 on intergovernmental to consult with city residents to take real steps towards a resolution on Tla'amin's name change request.
So I want to get your thoughts clear. So you want to replace the words there or add these words?
Reword it to consult with city residents to take real steps towards a resolution on Tla'amin's name change request.
Can we keep going around one more time before we have a motion on the table?
Yeah.
I know I'm now that I'm in Councillor Palm's situation of having gone first and listened to everyone, then it makes me want to add a few things.
So, Chair, we have not had a seconder, so we have no motion on the floor, correct?
No, and we've had Councillor Isaacson ask us to wait to do that. And I had intended to go another round, and this is a topic where listening is important. So I think we can we can wait to make motions.
Perfect.
Go ahead, Councillor Isaacs.
Thanks. So a couple of points of clarity. I'm going to go off in a lot of different directions, so be patient. So Councillor Dowd mentioned that the province requires an opinion poll. It doesn't. The province requires public engagement, and they are looking for an indication of public support. But the province doesn't directly require an opinion poll. I think an opinion poll can be an indication of the views of voters. I think one challenge with a voting process is the only way to gauge public support and using that as direction is that voters are generally older and higher income. Younger people do not turn out to vote, even when the issues are very important to them and they care. The way that people come out to vote does not represent the full will of the public. It will be impossible to know the full will of the public on this issue. And so an opinion poll can be a piece of that, but I don't think it represents the full will of the public. And I wanted to make sure that I share that view. And also, not all residents can vote. You have to be a Canadian citizen to vote. So there we have, and again, depending on which election you're talking about, there are different rules about who can vote. And there was a lot of interest in this topic in high schools. And obviously this goes to further work on what the next steps could look like in the details. But if we focus it on existing elections, it will, I think, unnecessarily exclude people who have real interest in this topic. Another direction we could go on this is to reference the 11 recommendations of the Joint Working Group. The final recommendation does reference an opinion poll or referendum, and it's clear that that's a tool that could be used if the first 10 steps get completed, because I do think those steps in advance are really important. For example, I agree with Councillor Elliott. If there's an opinion poll, there needs to be a choice on the table. Do we want to change the name of our town to River City? Yes or no? And then people can vote. We have no name on the table yet. I think this is a fantastic opportunity for intergovernmental relations with Tla'amin Nation and also engagement with residents. And so if we go in that direction, making sure that we don't jump to that, but that people have been engaged in where we get to. I think division is going to be here in this process, unfortunately, because even if we soften the language, or if this council decided to not move forward, it doesn't mean that the division doesn't exist. It's just that some of us might not feel it as much. The division and these issues have been long existing, but we now have a neighbor government that has a treaty, and with that treaty, a lot more access to other levels of government and a lot of capacity to make some really bold growth choices for their community. I think about all the housing that they've done and their cousin's house, etc. And so I think now that we have this question is here, and by downplaying it or pushing it off, it doesn't do our community a service. I think we just need to push through having hard conversations. And to be quite honest, I think who we hear from the most are people that have very strong opinions on this topic. We don't hear from people for whom this is a nuanced or confusing topic, that need to be in a bit more open conversation to explore this, especially coming from a place of shared values. So I know that I kind of went all over the place here, but I think for me, if I was to, I see how this language right now could make a member of the public think that this council has decided that the name will change and we are making steps to make that happen. And so changing the language to make it clear that the intention is to move forward through a process that will lead to a decision, but the decision is not, that the outcome is not foretold at this point. So the public engagement piece is super helpful. I think being more specific than that at this point doesn't leave room for staff to do the research on what's legal, what's possible, what the options are, intergovernmental relations with Tla'amin Nation. I think the only thing that we can absolutely commit to for sure is public engagement. Yes, that's my all over the place ramble. Thank you.
Are we going around the table, or?
We're still
What are we
doing
doing?
roundtable input, and then we'll get to the part where we make motions.
So which way are we going around the table?
So we did this direction, and now I'm just taking people who are interested in saying something. So you may put up your hand.
I'm interested, and I thought I would be next to Councillor Isaacson sitting here beside me, because I wasn't in line the last few times to put my hand up.
I apologize
But,
for
that's
the
okay.
confusion.
So, welcome to democracy. Okay, and in a democracy, when you have a vote, only the interested people count. The people who don't care and the people who haven't heard about it don't come to the polls. That's the truth of democracy. And if you have a decision with two sides, one side will try to get their supporters all to vote, and the other side will try to get all of their supporters to vote. And they'll all have different reasons, and that's called a campaign. The reason why I think we have to mention the opinion poll is because it is my belief that the province did say they need some kind of documented indication that the majority of the residents of the city agree. That's how you get that, with some kind of opinion poll. You know, we could argue for days and days about exactly what the question should be, but I think we need to say there will be an opinion poll. Because if we don't say there will be an opinion poll, all the people who already have the signs in their garage will be filling up the council chambers again with the message we've ever heard before. I want an opinion poll. Have to have an opinion poll. There's no discussion about the question or which side of the question in favor or not. The argument is whether there should be an opinion poll. So I think you can get rid of a lot of the divisiveness by starting out saying at some point we're going to have an opinion poll. Now I think that it might be difficult to do that with the provincial election because the provincial election has a voters list. It's not the same as the people who are eligible to vote in the municipal election for which there is no voters list. But that's a legal issue that I think a corporate officer could probably figure out in a short time. But a simple statement that we're going to have an opinion poll, in my mind, is a good idea because there are people that are demanding it. And it'll give us a lot less trouble to everybody who wants to talk about the concept of a name change to get that issue out of the way right at the beginning. We're going to have an opinion poll. So let's talk about whether we want a name change or not. What are the reasons people want it? What are the reasons they don't? And you know, who votes? Residents of the city, in my view, who are eligible voters within the city of Powell River. And that will exclude hundreds and maybe thousands of interested people. I've got letters from people in Toronto who care about the name changes. I've got letters from people in Texas who are interested. And every one of the electoral areas around that are interested, and I believe they have a big stake in it. But I think the people who actually should have a right to vote on it are the people who actually reside in the city and would normally be able to vote in the city election. And you know, at some point you have to decide who the decision makers are going to be. That seems logical to me. So, you know, I think however you massage it, you take the opinion poll out of it. We're going to have an argument about the opinion poll anyway, because it'll be the first thing people want to talk about after we publish what our decision.
Mayor Wilson.
I would like to thank Councillor Dowd for reminding us that we live in a democracy. The democracy provides an opportunity for all residents of the city to come out and express where they would like to go on any question with a formal vote. The question before us from the Klamath Nation is, will you change your name? Therefore, after consultation, we ask all residents of Powell River, would you like to change your name? And they will say yes or no. And as Councillor Douglas pointed out, if the majority say yes, then we'll move forward. The majority say no, at that point in time, the issue is finished. But again, thank Councillor Doug for reminding us we live in a democracy and we can't use our own personal interest to try and change processes.
Okay, I got myself on it. So I am totally in favor of opinion poll. Here in the municipality, we have what's called ask-on voting usually, or opinion polls. There is nothing that supports the idea of open-ended questions with no real answer. And so I'm in favor of opinion polls. I'm not in favor of asking, would you change your name to do you want to change your name to something that we don't know yet? So from my perspective, we consult on what the potential new name might be so that we can put, it's germane to the question of what the opinion poll that I agree to is. And it isn't what you described. So my opinion in my advocacy and everything I know about minority rights and democracy is that you don't ask a question that people can't envision where they're going to. If you're going to ask if someone wants a change, you need to ask them, do you want to change to X, Y, Z? You can't say, do you want to change, and I'll tell you what the change is later. And so I'm not in favor of a yes-no opinion poll. I'm in favor of an opinion poll of, do you want to change your name to whatever it is we decide to put on the ballot? And that gives you the opportunity to figure out what you put on the ballot. That's why we have processes before we have referendums or assent voting polls to figure out what it is you want in your vote. And so this is where we're in fundamental disagreement at this table, is what does the process look like? We all want to work on the process. We all agree it has to happen. We don't agree on what that process looks like. And so it may be that what we need in here is to develop a process to work on the name change, which is what Jim has been saying all along.
No, I didn't advocate for process going in that document.
No, but you've been saying we need a process.
I just letting you know.
Yeah. So we're then back to, there isn't at this point, no. So we're going to get to making motions. So I'm just making folks aware that I'm absolutely in favor of consultation, and I want to consult on what the new name might be, and I want an opinion poll if people want to change to the new name. I'm not interested in a process that says yes or no, should we continue working on this process? So that's not what I'm looking for, and I'm not in favor of that. But anyway, we can move to the part where we do motions at this point, if you like.
Well, I think everybody should have a chance to speak first.
Sure.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Isaacson reminded me of the percentage of our population that wouldn't necessarily be legally allowed to vote in a civic election, but an opinion poll is not binding in any way. It's an informative poll of the community. And so that then changes my thoughts a little bit about tying it into a provincial election, because maybe we do change in terms of if we're polling the residents of our community, We have many residents who might not be citizens, might not be necessarily of age to vote, but are going to be living in this community much longer than some of us in this room, all of us in this room, I should say, and they're the ones that are going to be living with whatever result comes about in the next 5 to 10 years, and the result in the next 5 years is something that they could vote on 5 years from now, but maybe can't vote on today. And so that's also something to be considered as we're proposing an opinion poll. Is it doesn't have to be citizen or immigrant. No, was it citizen? Yeah, PR status still counts. I can't remember now. Just citizens that are 18. Maybe it's 15 and up. Or maybe, whatever the describer is. Someone legally entitled to work in Canada over the age of 50, whatever it is. I think there has to be some conversation around that. But back to my original point, the opinion poll is an action item as under the umbrella of however we word this priority item.
Councilor Media is absolutely right, and that is that an opinion poll is non-binding. But to get a true indication of residents, you have to get them out to vote. And if we decide and we cannot combine that on the day of the provincial election where everybody's coming out to the polls, we look at the municipal election in 3 years' time, 2.5 years' time, because that will be the appropriate amount of time that we need to deal with this item before we send it to the government if that question should pass. It can't be done overnight, as I keep saying. And a couple other points. I believe it should be a simple question. We don't go down the road further by creating new names and all the rest. Step one is, are you in favor of a name change? Yes or no? That's simple. You don't convolute it with Wakawanda or whatever the name comes out of Clahaman, and you just simply ask the question and get a response. Yes or no? And then we have a direction, right? And the other thing I'll remind, I'm just going to be safeguarded here for Councillor Isaacson. When you bring up the issue of that we should be dealing with the 11 items first, before we do anything else, remember, the city paid money for you to be a consultant in that process. And I just want to caution you about what you're saying at the table here, because people can construe that in any which way.
Point of order.
I'm just saying that for safety.
I would like you to stop saying that right now.
Well, that's true.
Trina, Councillor Isaacson has received legal advice on the entire issue.
Not on the issue she brought up.
Yes, she did.
Not at this
And your caution has implications, and it's making inferences that are not the case.
I'm just pointing it out.
And it's not appropriate for you to do that here.
I'm just pointing it out.
That it's inappropriate for you to do that. It's inappropriate for you to do that here.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Anita.
Just, I know our wonderful CAO, when the topic of merging the opinion poll with the provincial election, she's going to do some due diligence on that. I also wonder if we can do it, an opinion poll on the same day in the same location, but not necessarily the same ballot, and to see the legal ramifications of that. So you come into the gym, do your provincial election over here, and then walk over there to do your opinion poll. So we're leveraging time and resources, but not impeding any provincial election or federal election. And then that also potentially gives us the flexibility to have non-citizen residents, if that choice is voted on, to expand the typical election procedures and stuff like that. So I'm just something that I'm sure staff will come back to us with what's allowed and stuff, but I just wanted to put that on the radar.
One thing about election dates, the only election date that is set in stone is municipal. So federal, provincial could get called at any time with not a lot of notice. And so I think if we want to be assured and be able to plan towards something, I think the municipal date is the only thing that is something that we can plan to effectively.
Councillor Selka.
I have a question. I think we're assuming that if we were to do an opinion poll, it's going to cost somewhere in the same neighborhood as if we did an election. But an election has an awful lot of other business that goes on to prepare for it, etc. And I wonder if that may be a wrong assumption, and that to do an opinion poll might be a whole lot less expensive. I'm just wondering, any thoughts? Like, would an opinion poll be a cheaper thing to do?
I think this is an example of the fact that all of these things, not in a variety of ways, will cost money or will be decisions that have to come back to council to decide, based on the information we have, do we go forward with what, with option 1 or 2 or 3 of what staff have provided us. We're not going to have all the answers today.
So maybe.
Sure.
Councillor Dutt.
Well, if we keep the language general, like a statement, there will be an opinion poll, then the world is open to us to explore ways to do it, explore costs, explore what days to do it, what time of day, whether 15-year-olds can vote or 14-year-olds. All of those things can be explored. The more detail you add to the sentence, the more limited it is. You know, and I think the whole goal of this document should be to keep it as general as possible, give as much flexibility to council as possible to react to situations as we learn everything. Because I don't know everything that's going to need to be known for the final decision. Maybe some people do, but I don't. And I think keeping the language general is probably safer. Have an opinion, period. We can figure out what day, what time, who can vote, where to vote, how much it'll cost. I think it'll cost less than a full-blown election. Even if we have it for ourselves, we have a voting place here and at the White Hall and at James Thompson School, whatever, we have 3 polling places. People show up. You don't need that big a deal, and there's no policing of the individuals that are voting. There's no policing of who's running. There may be supervision that you want to do of organizations that want to advertise and take a position on the issue. There may be groups who want to campaign. Maybe the Westview ratepayers might want to have their own campaign. Maybe the Tla'amin Nation might want to have their own campaign, and maybe we might want to have rules about how much money different people can spend and where they can get it. But I think we're way better off to keep it all general.
Mayor Russell.
I'm going to go back to democracy. So when we built the library, we had a referendum because $3.4 million was on the table. Well, there was a referendum. The name change, a variety of estimates that I've heard from staff and others, is probably more like $10 million. So I think this is very straightforward. We've had a request from the Tla'amin Nation. Now, we have an obligation, because we're a democracy, to hold the equivalent of a referendum. We can't use referendum that has specific meaning to the government, but we have the equivalent of a referendum. As Councillor Dutt says, very simple question. Would you support a name change? Yes or no? And then we can move on. So I'm going to propose that as a motion.
What's your motion?
The motion is that we consult the city residents and we then have the equivalent of a referendum on the question, do you support a name change for Powell River?
Is there a second for that?
Just clarification. We can't, I don't believe we can have a referendum. It has to be an opinion poll.
Yeah, as I said, referendum carries specific meaning to the government, but the process would be the equivalent of a referendum.
So I will second the mayor's motion for discussion.
Okay.
But I will add that, once again, that this is a long-term proposition and that working towards a municipal election. When I was first elected, there was 2 referendums on the first election I ran in. One was to redo our harbors. That passed. The other was purchase of Millennium Park, I think in the second election. Then there was the library. And most recently, recreation support through the RD. All of them passed. So the most appropriate place to put this question forward is the municipal election, which is the appropriate timeline to use as well. So I support that, but I would also support an amendment that says we will support a public opinion poll in the next municipal election to make it clear to the public. So it's not open-ended. And they have some reference, and they can forget about the question for now, and we can get on with governing this town, which is in dire need. We don't need to muddy the water for the next 2 years on that question, because that's, as I said, creates division.
I will second that amendment.
I'm just going to clarify that that's, are you proposing the amendment to the motion?
I will propose an amendment that we include the timeline of the municipal election for the public opinion.
Seconded by Mayor Wasna. So the amendment is on the table at this point. Do we have anyone who wants to speak to the amendment? Councillor Silva.
I can support this because when you set a target, then if you're going to do some work to get to that target, having an objective then motivates process, and I will do pretty much anything to try to get us back into process again. This suggests itself to me to further that end.
Okay, so the motion on the floor right now is to amend the first motion, which was to consult with the community and then hold an opinion poll on, the equivalent of a referendum, which is an opinion poll, on whether we should change our name or not. And then it was added, the amendment is to add at the next municipal election. And so that's what we're talking about. Councillor O'Meara.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to go back to what I said at the beginning. I think we're now blending plan and priorities and getting a little too into the weeds. I'm not opposed to the opinion poll. I'm not opposed to rewording the question. I just think doing both in a general priorities list starts getting muddled. So for that purpose, just like I was on the economic diversification point, I'm not in favor of the motion. I'm open to some wordsmithing clarifications and the opinion poll being added to an action list, whether it's provincial, municipal, separate by-election, whatever it is. I just think it's 2 separate topics, engagement and an opinion poll. And I don't think we should use the referendum word regardless of what the perception is. The government perception is one thing and we should avoid that. So I'd be against this motion for that purpose.
Any other speakers for the amendment?
Yeah, with respect to Councillor Dowd and then Councillor Southcott's comments, it sets us a goal and gets things in action. I'm still not sure where I'm going to vote on this, because the amendment, not the main motion, and 2.5 years. I'm just like, a lot of work's going to have to go into this, and so I guess, I don't think that level of detail is necessary. I don't have enough answers to be able to add that level of specificity. I think it makes sense of any of the elections for it to be that, but versus holding it outside of an election. Anyways, still thinking, but I'm thinking I'm going to say no to the amendment.
Anybody else have anything to say on the amendment?
Just one thing on the timeline, and that is right now, based on what I'm hearing in the community and what was people knocking on doors during the last election, I have a strong feeling where that opinion poll is going at this point in time. So if we rush this along, you're creating division and it'll probably fail. If we hold off 2.5 years and you can go to work on it, like I've said in the past, the younger generation coming forward may have a different idea. At 2.5 years, once people have had that communication, it might have a chance of passing.
My comment is 2.5 years is actually, I think, is even short. Yeah, that's, anyways, but I don't know. These are questions to be answered. This is why I'm leaning against the amendment.
So I'm gonna, if there's no one else to speak on the actual amendment, I will call the question on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment? 1, 2, 3, 4. We got 4 in favor of the amendment. All opposed to the amendment? 3 opposed. The amendment carries. So we're back to the main motion as amended. Could we have our corporate officer read the motion? I think I did it before, but I'd rather hear what you have.
The main motion was that council consult city residents and for the equivalent of a referendum to ask if you support a name change for the city of Powell River.
And the amendment was passed as far as timing.
Oh, sorry. Yes, with the amendment to include the timeline of the 2026 municipal election.
Okay, thank you. So do we have questions? Do we have speakers on the current motion on the floor? Councillor Isaacson.
I think the mayor, you were quite clear that you wanted that referendum question to be, like, do you want a name change, yes or no? Do I have you correct there, or did you specify language in the referendum or the opinion poll question?
The motion, I think, has.
Yeah. Okay. So, in order for me to sort of support an opinion poll, it would need to be rather like yes or no, and then continue the process. I would like to see a process that culminates in an opinion poll, if that's the will of council. One that has, through public engagement, a name on the table, so that if people are voting against something or for something, they know what that will result in. Because the uncertainty of what a name might be, you shared what you thought a name might be, Councillor Palm, and there's no specific name on the table. There's no process for selecting a name on the table. And so we don't know what that will be, and I think some certainty among residents would be helpful in order for them to be able to make an informed decision. So again, my preference would be similar to what Councillor Doudt says, fewer words, process and details come later, and so I'm not going to make an amendment at this time, but that's my main concern with this motion, is the specificity of what the question will be, and I'm not supportive of that question.
Just want to clarify what I just heard Councillor Isaacson say, to be clear. So, and, you say quite a bit. So yeah. You just said that you are in favor of a yes or no question on an opinion poll?
No.
And then process afterwards? I thought I heard that.
No.
No. Okay, so I didn't. Okay.
We're still speaking to the motion on the floor. Does anyone else wish to speak to the motion on the floor? Councillor Selpa.
I may not be entirely comfortable with this, but again, do I feel it's good enough for now, safe enough to try? Yes, I do, because 6 months or a year from now, we could do some work on this and then change our mind. We can change our mind. This is not, we're not writing this in stone. So that's where I'm at with this right now. Although I did really like what Councillor Almeida suggested about 25 minutes ago. Not sure.
So any other speakers on this motion?
Okay, I'll put forward an amendment.
Oh, okay. You want to put forward an amendment?
Yeah. So right now, so there's a line that talks about the equivalent of an opinion poll of whether city residents want a name change, yes or no. There's something like that in there. And it would be to strike that and instead just say, have an opinion poll.
Second.
Thank you. So now we have the, could you read out the amendment, please?
So the amendment would be to take out the equivalent of a referendum with question of supporting a name change or not. So if this amendment were to pass, the main motion, or the amended motion would read that council consult city residents and hold an opinion poll at the 2026 municipal election.
Okay, thank you.
If I have that right.
Okay, so Councillor O'Neill.
So I previously stated I was gonna not be in favor of the original motion, and my reasoning why. If that motion were to have passed, I would have made a similar amendment to Councillor Isaacson in terms of just rewording the referendum word. So she just jumped the gun. I was going to wait till if the motion passed or not to make the amendment to what the actual motion is. So I would ironically be, not ironically, anyways, I would be in favor of the amendment, but not of the original motion. Go figure.
Okay. Any other speakers? Councillor Dunn.
I'm not in favor of the amendment. Okay. We've talked all the way around the table 3 times on this, tried to amend it. I like the mayor's motion where we had an amendment proposed before and defeated it. I'd like to vote on that, and that's why I'm going to vote against the amendment.
I will second Councillor Dout's comments just now.
Okay, so you concur. Do you have any comments on the amendment?
I'd like to hear the motion that we are now wanting to amend. Again, if please.
So you would like to hear both wordings?
I heard what the amended motion would be, but I'd like to review what the motion.
The original.
If
okay.
It wasn't, yeah.
Councillor Southcott, would you like you to read the unamended motion?
The unamended motion is that council consult city residents and hold the equivalent of a referendum to ask if you support a name change for the city of Powell River at the 2026 municipal election.
And then the amended one would be?
The amended replaces equivalent of a referendum with opinion poll and takes out the question of do you support a name change? So the amended motion, if this were to approve, would be that council consult city residents and hold an opinion poll at the 2026 municipal election.
It's not very specific.
Yeah, I'm just realizing amendment doesn't include any, I mean, the main motion has no reference to name change, so that makes sense.
Yeah.
Can we vote, Chair?
All in favor of the amendment? 2. All opposed to the amendment? Thank you. So the main motion unamended is back on the floor. I haven't spoke to that main motion yet, and I wanted to, but is there anyone else that wanted to speak to the main motion?
Other than to say I'm in favor.
Well, we'll get to the voting part in a minute.
You asked for a comment, I'm giving it to you.
Okay, so I'm not in favor of this motion, and there's 2 reasons why I'm not in favor of this motion. I think that the mention of a referendum those words should not be in the motion. I could propose another amendment, but I think we're at our statutory limitation on amendments. I think so. No? Okay. And then the second reason I'm opposed to it is I'm opposed to that particular question. I believe if we're going to be having an opinion poll on the table, we do need to have a little bit of clarity on what it is we're changing to. So I don't think it's fair to ask people, do you want to change to something other that we don't know what it would be? Because it's not a process. It's not the same as asking if we want to spend $10 million on a fire hall, or the same as saying do we want to spend this much on the library? An equivalent would be, do we want to change our name to River City, or do we want to change our name to Zunga City, or whatever it is? The equivalent would be to have the answer of what it is you're changing to in that opinion poll. And so I don't support asking an open-ended question that people don't know the answer to because they don't have enough information. There's just not enough information in that question. And I want to consult with the community, gather enough information that we can put an actual proposed name on the table when we ask. And that's what I think would be the way to go. And so that's why I'm not in favor of this motion. If I were to put an amendment on the table, it would be to, I think we should just either pass or defeat this motion and make a whole new motion that actually references the name change process and what that process includes, including an opinion poll. But that's my thoughts on that.
Just in terms of your thoughts, Councillor, in my opinion, you're putting the horse ahead of the cart, or the cart ahead of the horse, I should say, and muddying the waters in terms of the motion. So I would like the secretary to read out the motion and have a vote.
First, I'm the chair. Secondly, is everybody clear what the motion is on the table?
Well, that's why I'd like it read out last time.
Okay. Can you read out the motion?
For the sixth time.
The motion on the floor is that council consult city residents and hold the equivalent of a referendum to ask if you support a name change for the city of Powell River at the 2026 municipal election.
Okay. All in favor? All opposed? So there are 4 in favor and 3 opposed, so the motion carries. Councillor Almeida.
I was just going to make a small motion, since referendum is a particularly specific wording, just to change the referendum to opinion poll, keep everything else the same.
So this issue has been discussed, and the reason why I put those words in, it is the equivalent. It is not a referendum, it is the equivalent of a referendum, which means that we will follow the rules of democracy.
Very good point.
So, just a second. So we've already had a legal opinion on referendums in municipalities. We actually have no laws for referendums within the municipality.
So point of order, point of information.
So
I think the mayor's words, something like a referendum, or the exact words equivalent to a referendum, I think is sufficient, and it's been discussed.
Okay. So you put a motion, it was seconded, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the motion on the floor is to revise the previous motion, which was already passed. So I don't even know if we can do that. You'd have to withdraw that motion and make a whole new motion, would you not?
Sure, you normally yes, because you're still discussing the wording of the plan. If that's the new wording, I think you could change the wording again if you wanted.
Okay. So Councillor Ramirez made a motion to change the wording. I'll get to you in just a minute. That was in the last motion from equivalent to referendum to opinion poll. It was seconded. Councillor Doubt and then Councillor Palm. Go ahead.
I'm against this motion because it's actually an amendment to the previous motion. I think we have beat the previous motion to death with discussing the motion and its amendments. I think it is clear the way the mayor has put it. I might have worded it differently, but it's not going to change the world. It's the equivalent of a referendum. It's an opinion poll. I think we can all understand that. We've been here for a long time. My patience is getting shorter, and we're not at the end of our list of things to talk about. We've got point number 1 in intergovernmental affairs at least, in Healthy Communities Part 4 to talk about it, and we haven't even introduced those yet, let alone what we're going to do at the end. So I would like to move on from this issue and put it in the park and see if it'll become part of a plan. So I don't approve of the.
Yep, hear you. Councillor Plum.
I agree with Councillor Delp. We've already voted. The motion passed. Let's move on.
Anyone else have any comments on the motion on the floor? All in favor? All opposed? 4 opposed, 3 in favor. Motion is defeated. So, we're still on intergovernmental relations. We've talked about point 2. Now we're on point 1, and we had someone mention they wanted to talk about point 1, and I can't remember what they wanted to do with this.
Thanks, the mayor.
Point 1 of intergovernmental relations.
I guess when you have a community accord, been roughly for 16 years, both parties have been very respectful. You saw the respect that was given to the former mayor by the Klamath Nation. And so it's just, to me, it's redundant. We have an accord. We have open discussions between our staff. We have discussions between council. I mean, they just seem redundant, and people may say, well, is there a problem? So that was my thing.
Councillor
Yeah, there is a problem. Okay, the accord includes choices of having C3 meetings, and the idea that there will be regular C3 meetings, and probably around 3 a year. And they haven't happened for a long time. And they haven't happened because there is no agreement between the 3 parties of the C3 how those meetings will take place. The Klamath Nation would like to be able to have it, whatever they choose, happen in camera. Okay. The regional district has passed a motion about how they would like to see these 3 things dealt with. The City of Powell River has not had a discussion about how council would like to approach C3 meetings. Do we want to participate in meetings that are closed to the public on the Klamath Nation territory? Do we want to have closed meetings with the C3? Or do we want to have public meetings, or do we want to have some rules about that? I think this number 1 is an opportunity to have some discussions with the Klamath Nation that the public can follow, and can be open and transparent. You know, I was there at the election, just like I'm reading about everybody else being open and transparent, and everybody be able to see what we're doing as a council. And you know, that's about having open meetings. And if you have meetings where council is not there, not represented, and are not public, then you're not furthering the decision making in my mind. So I think it's important to have this here, and the council should, I think, express the fact that we want to meet with their partners, with the Klamath Nation and with the regional district in a reasonable forum, so we can discuss and move forward with issues. And as I sit at the table of the regional district, I hear that members of the regional district are wanting to have C3 meetings. They want to have the meetings. There may be disagreement about how they want the meetings to unfold and what the rules should be, but that's about what this is about working on the C3 agreement and the community accord, and renewing the protocols to make sure that the public knows how it is we're going to communicate and talk to those. So I think this needs to be on there, and I think council needs to make decisions going forward. This doesn't make decisions for council. It opens the door for council to do that.
Given Councillor Goetz' information process in the regional district, I have no concern with that being on there.
Does anyone else have any comments on that? I just had one comment to add. Protocols talk about a lot of things when you're holding meetings and how they're handled, which are super important when you're trying to mix cultures in your conversations. One of the things that is addressed in our current community accord is when we have topics that we don't agree on, how do we handle that? And the community accord talks about making working groups, which is what we did last time. And we did that according to the community accord. And there was a lot of mistrust and misunderstanding about what a working group is, that it's not a decision-making body. It just works on stuff and then puts stuff forward. I think protocols that we draft up, talk about, can help the public and all of us understand what we're doing when we're implementing things under the accord, because every time we come up with an opportunity and we turn to the accord for what to do, it should be clear to everyone what it is we're doing, and it shouldn't be so misunderstood. So every time we do things under the accord at this point in time, we get a lot of community misunderstanding what it is we're doing. And so protocols that explain the city's role within that accord and how we plan to do things and what our processes are in relation to those conversations, and how those conversations are not having decisions at those tables, but rather it's meant to come back to our government for decisions in an open process, are all things that we need to talk about, get written down so that people understand what we're doing, because right now they don't. So protocols talk about our side of this equation. It isn't about changing the accord. It's about looking at the accord and explaining how our process works in interrelations with all of that, so that we are not expecting people to understand what we're doing when we haven't explained it. That's all. And so I think protocols are super important for making the community accord an easier process for everybody involved. And so I'm in favor of leaving it there as well.
Mr. Mayor, did I hear you say you were in favor of leaving it there?
You did.
Yeah, I think we're all in vehement agreement at this point, and we can move along if we're okay. Or did you have something you want to say?
I'm not in agreement.
Okay, carry on then. Yeah,
I'm not in agreement because when the mayor looked at this document, he was asking for removal of 1 and 2. And there's a specific reason he referenced both of those. They're both contentious. They're both divisive. When you start mentioning 3C meetings without mentioning open process, you're asking for trouble. Because 3C meetings have always been open. They've always been democratic. And they are non-binding. There was never any direction that was binding anyone coming out of them. So what this says is you're going to change the process. Yeah, well, that does, because we already have a protocol agreement. We already have a community accord, and Councillor Southcott and my name are both on it. And it wasn't too long ago when it was renewed. So those are already in place. It's the 3C mentioned here that is contentious. From the public's perspective, the same as the name change, that's where it is. And if you're going to go behind closed doors, like we did on the process with the name change, the public is going to be not happy. So if you want to include this, for me to go along with it, you can include it. But the word open 3C3 should be on this document to assure the public that we are open and transparent going forward. Because that is a very contentious issue. It's breaking the law, actually, according to our community accord. Or sorry, community charter.
So do you want to make that motion then?
I'll make the motion that we include open C3 in terms of reference to number 1.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Are you seconding the motion?
Yeah, I'll second it, but I have a question.
Okay, what's your question?
I feel a bit confused. My understanding is that C3 meetings would still fundamentally be open, but there would be an option to go into closed if that was appropriate. Am I wrong about that? I did not have the impression that all C3 meetings would be entirely closed.
That's the impression I got.
So I really am confused because I was not assuming.
Their meetings aren't even in the open.
So I got a list of speakers. The question may not have enough information to answer because we've had some requests from Common. We haven't had enough meetings to talk about what to do about it. We have no protocols in place to address that question.
Mm-hmm.
And from my perspective, the reason this is on here and talking about it is because we need to sort some stuff out so that we can address concerns. Our conversations would definitely be in the open.
Yeah, I think the reason that it's there is we have open questions and we have things that are unresolved. The fact that we've met once as a C3 since we've been elected speaks to the fact that the protocol for meeting has not been established and we need to establish that. The only reason that I'm opposed to open being specifically referenced there is there are topics that we would discuss in the nation that are legally required to be enclosed because they deal with issues like we do as a city, land, labor, legal, or the three common ones that we go into closed about. And so labor might not be something that is between the two of us, but legal and land absolutely are. But again, we don't have a protocol. We have no decision as to whether those C3 meetings have binding decision-making power or not, or how the city participates and whether it's all 7 or whether it's 3 of us. Like, we just don't have a protocol, and this means that we are prioritizing it, and we want staff to prioritize it so that we can figure out a way forward and continue meeting. We have a problem and we need to have some clarity.
So I have to ask a question, Councillor.
You're not next on the list, Councillor Paul. Councillor Day.
Yeah. So, what is before us is we do not have a clear agreement between the 3 parties of the C3 about what will be open and what would be closed and what would be appropriate. Okay, we have 3, as far as I know, at least 2, maybe 3 different points of view on that. That's why we need a protocol. Not unreasonable from my point of view to have a protocol that would say something like all C3 meetings will be open except for these particular reasons. And we do this in our meetings all the time. Just about every meeting, sometimes twice, we have a motion to go in camera and we explain the reasons why we're going to be in camera. And hopefully we're following our own rules. I don't see why we can't have an agreement with that, with the Tla'amin, but we would have to talk about that with them. So I'm not for saying all the meetings have to be open and it has to be absolutely that way and no other way. And I'm not willing to agree that all meetings will be closed. And that's why we need to have some agreement in the middle. And for that reason, council needs to get together, I think, and set some ideas about what we believe the protocol should be for C3 meetings, and then work with the other 2 partners to get a reasonable solution. Because people want the meetings to be open, and I think they want it to be open within reasonable bounds so that we're talking about things that are going to make a real difference legally, like the value of a piece of land that the 3 groups may be talking about. Make a lot of sense to have an enclosed meeting, but that's not agreeing to do everything in a closed meeting because people might be uncomfortable talking about the issues. Those are different things. So I think we need new protocols. I think this is a pretty straightforward comment. I think council's quite capable of finding a way to try to do it, but only if we address it and the public gets to see what it is we're trying to do to address it.
Councillor Paul.
Councillor Dowd, I agree with you 100% that we need discussion amongst ourselves as to how we're going to go forward on 3C, which we have not had. And if you were to put this in your list of priorities right now, not strategic plan, you're changing the rules of the road by using this document when that discussion hasn't even happened. Give me a break.
Okay, so should we call the question? All in favor of adding the word open prior to C3? Are you all in favor of adding the word open to?
Yeah, I'm in favor of that.
Anybody else in favor? All opposed? So 1 in favor and 6 opposed. The motion does not pass. So are we good with intergovernmental now, or were we hoping to make any other motions on that topic? I'm just looking for unanimous support to move on to the next item.
Please do.
Okay. So we are now on Healthy Community Part 4. Who was hoping to say something about that?
Mayor Wasma.
Yes, I was, give me a second. With regard to item 1, I was going to add continued progress. Oh, sorry, no, item 4, I was going to delete protection from speculation. That phrase, I think, is unnecessarily emotive.
Okay. Is there anybody who wishes to comment on this at all?
If that's a motion, I will second it for discussion.
We have been just doing some discussion first, but we can do the motion if people are prepared for that. It's a pretty simple one. Seconded by Councillor Palm, and the motion is to remove protected from speculation from item 4 of Healthy Communities. Councillor Dowd.
So the reason that I think this is wording that I actually proposed, and the reason to have a housing authority that is long-lasting and sustainable is that you do remove the concept of speculation. Okay. The objective of affordable housing built by a housing authority is not to build housing and rent it for a little while, see the value of the property go up, and earn a return on investment by speculation on real estate values. If you can remove the speculation quality by owning the land, building the buildings, paying off the buildings and the rent you receive, and agreeing not to sell the building for profit in the future. And if you look at all of the people who are losing rental apartment buildings, rental apartments, rental basement suites, they're doing it because they're losing their opportunity to rent the place where they are because the owner of the building they're in has decided they can get more money for themselves by selling it to somebody else because the property value has increased. Affordable housing is sustainable when it is not subject to speculation on real estate values. That's just my opinion. And I think anybody who looks at the economic circumstances of housing will see that that's what makes housing unreachable is the speculation on real estate values and the speculation that they will increase and people will get a profit from simply owning the building.
Councillor Southcott.
Over the years, I've studied land trusts, partly because I'm a president of a land conservancy. And the land trust model has been used internationally in order to do exactly what Councillor Dowd's talking about, and that is take land essentially out of the free market in order to preserve it for people who can't survive in the speculative free market, and the real estate market has, in my view, has gone crazy as far as giving advantage of profit to those who can afford to be in it. So I definitely support keeping this language, specifically because of that reason. If I understand you correctly, you're directly implying a land trust type of concept for a housing authority here.
But the housing authority would have a land trust aspect to it, so that the housing that was created would be forever available as rental housing and not available on the market.
Councilor Almeida.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question of clarity from the mayor. I assume, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you said remove protected from speculation just because it was redundant. But you also said motive, to remove the motive, and that's the part that I guess I was curious about, is what motive you were referring to.
Oh, sorry. The word that I used was emotive. To put together a housing authority, the more people that you have in the community supporting it, the better chance it will happen. By including a motive language, protected from speculation, suggests to people that are in the housing game, they're somehow harming people. I'm just saying, everybody knows why we have housing authorities. These three words don't add anything and could actually impede getting this housing authority in quicker.
Redundant.
Councilor Tom.
Yeah, so not knowing a lot about housing authority other than Whistler is very prominent in that discussion that has created their housing authority, a rich jurisdiction with a lot of deep pockets. CAO, does Nanaimo have a housing authority?
So the chair to Councilor Palm, no, they have decided not to pursue that route. I can provide a report that they've done related to that.
Was cost a factor in that decision?
Through the chair, it was cost, and it was also their view regarding provincial responsibilities and agreements with BC Housing and what the benefit would be. But I can provide the report, and I would provide practical clarity.
Thank you. So, yeah, I'd like to see the words removed in terms of speculation too, to broaden hopefully applicants, if we go down this road, which I highly doubt we can afford.
So I think that I'm ambivalent toward whether we use these words, protected from speculation, which I do see the mayor's point on, and I don't know why we would have long lasting instead of permanent. I would be in favor of changing long lasting to permanent, which would do the same thing and doesn't have the same emotive quality to it. So I guess I would propose the amendment of to the motion to also exchange long lasting to permanent. If I get a seconder, we can move forward. Seconded by Councillor Almeida. Any thoughts on the amendment?
Support the amendment.
Thank you.
Sorry, Chair, are you amending what the mayor proposed?
Yeah, he proposed to eliminate protected from speculation, and I wanted to add and replace long lasting with permanent. And so that would be just the and on the end.
Just a question on permanent. We have a lot of developers right now coming in for a limited time providing low-cost rentals. Does that wording permanent, would that close the door on that type of help in our community?
No. So that's our market housing envelope, and it isn't, people will continue to do that the way they do it all the time. This would be investigating a housing authority that is doing their own thing that has nothing to do with the market side and creating affordable housing in our community that stays affordable housing permanently. Good. you want to speak to the amendment?
Sure. I think you've got an motion by the mayor and an amendment that you have proposed, Councillor Elliott. And no, I'm not opposed to it, but I think you've got to look a long way to find a permanent building.
Well,
I think it's nice to pretend that there is somewhere in Powell River a permanent building. I don't think it exists. I think the best we're going to do is a building with a long life.
I take your point, but the purpose of the area.
It's okay, we can play with these words.
Yeah. All in favor of the amendment? We have 1, 2, 3, 4 in favor, all opposed, 3 opposed, motion passes. So we're changing item 4.
And that was just the amendment. Yeah.
Oh, the amendment, sorry. Now we have the amended motion on the floor, which is to remove protected from speculation and replace long-lasting with permanent. Does anyone have any comments on that motion?
And removing protected from speculation.
Yes, I started out with that. All in favor? 5, 2 opposed. Motion carries. And that brings us to the bottom of our list. If we're ready to move on from healthy communities, we can go back to number 1. Do I have? Yeah, the general we tabled.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Sorry. So we're all good with moving along to the last item that we had to deal with, which is, it was under general comments, and it was a question about whether we want to go with strategic priorities or have the strategic priorities embedded into a strategic plan document. And I didn't have any clarity around exactly how that would happen, and that's why it might take a lot more time than we have today for sure. And so we would have to propose a process for that if that's the one we wanted to go for. We could entertain, do we have a motion on the floor, or we didn't do motions yet? Yeah. Mayor Watson.
Just for clarity, I was going to put a motion on the floor for discussion.
Okay, I just wanted to preface the motion with, because, so if we're moving to put it within a strategic document, we'd also have to have a process or suggest a process for how we would get there, because we don't have that document today. All right, go ahead, Mayor Watson.
So my motion is to move forward with the strategic priorities 2024-2026, and rely on a report from staff as to what else would be required to give them the direction they require.
Do I have a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Isaacson. Anybody commenting on that motion?
Just for clarity's sake, I think, so your intention is to basically send this to council for adoption, and staff would come back to us with options, further direction needed, etc. Okay.
Okay. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, for the sake of time, I can see where Councillor Palmer started us off today with the idea of the task list. That breaks it down a little bit more. I think because we're at this point now, 15 months after inauguration, I think while ideal, if our process to get to this point didn't take a year, I'd probably be in favor of further conversation. But I think our staff and our CAO can run with a priority list and focus that around conversation. We've already seen some reports with staff pointing at draft ideas in the priority list. So I think we can still have a very successful term without, and still come up with all the tasks without having to dive much deeper and delay the process.
Any other comment?
I was just going to amend, propose an amendment and specify February 15th that it be brought to council.
The report?
No, the priorities. The priorities comes
Okay.
February 15th council meeting.
I'll second that.
To the chair, just like to ask staff the question. do we have the resources to meet the timeline and the direction that we're asking for in our report? Do you have the resources
So for
available?
clarity, the report's not been asked
No,
to
what
be.
we're going to vote on.
Yeah, but that's not part
I just want to know how
of
staff is feeling.
the report is not part of that timeline.
It's
So you're
the
not clear. on the
Priorities, I know, but she's going to bring forward a report. Are you asking for the report on the 15th?
No,
I'm asking
that's
for
my
priority
point.
adoption.
Okay, that's what I wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
But in terms of whether it's the 15th for priorities, do we have the personnel to deal with the request of the motion?
Through the chair, if I understand the motion correctly, it would be to take the document at hand with the amendments that you've given us today. And we do have the staff capacity for that because the report has captured those changes. So it's a fairly straightforward edit. With regard to bringing you back a more detailed plan, more time after the 15th, of course, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks for that clarification. Appreciate it.
So if I understand the amendment, it is to have the draft strategic priorities go to the 15th meeting. I believe that's redundant because that's part of a previous motion, which we'd have to rescind in order to do anything differently.
Oh.
We decided at council to send this.
Yeah, you're right.
So I think I don't think the amendment's necessary.
Okay.
So do you want the amendment to stand? Okay, thank you. So we're back to the original motion. Any comments on the original motion?
Can you have it read one more time, please?
Certainly.
And I might have not heard the wording correctly, so please correct me. That council move forward with the strategic priorities 2024 to 2026 document and rely on a report from staff that would either provide a more detailed plan and request further direction.
Fine.
Okay. All in favor? Anybody opposed? Unanimous. That was our first unanimous vote of the day. So that brings us to the end of our workshop. I want to thank everybody for being here and sticking with us. We will have a 10-minute break and reconvene downstairs.
Well done, Chair. Well done. Well, it's like crawling through the
So are we live? Thank you. It's recess is over, and I'm calling our committee of the whole back to session. We have just finished item 5.1 on the agenda, and I'd like to ask council whether we want to just not do 5.2 today, or whether they're in favor of doing 5.2. And I'd take just because it's been a long meeting and we've been doing an awful lot of work, we could do our community engagement reports next committee of the whole if it pleases the council. Unanimous consent for that? I have unanimous consent for that. So we are bumping 5.2 to our next committee of the whole. And then 8.1 is a notice of motion. I don't believe they're for debate or discussion, but I would like to know notice of motion to which meeting?
On the this Thursday's council meeting in order to meet the deadline for AVICC resolution submissions.
Thank you. And is that the case for all of the notices of motion? Okay, so we have 3. Isn't there 3?
3, yep.
There are 3 notices of motion which will be addressed at the Thursday council meeting. For everybody's information, all the backgrounders are there and attached for discussion on Thursday. Do I need to read out the notice of motions, or is it just fine just to say that they're there? Okay. That brings us to question period. Is there anyone in the gallery who has questions about today's agenda? Please come forward. State your name for the record and ask your question.
Hello, my name is Peg Campbell, and my question is for Mayor Wasnow, and I would like to get clarification of the statement you made upstairs around the cost of the name change. You mentioned the figure $10 million. I'd like to know where that figure came from and what those costs would entail.
Thank you for the question. It came from various sources, and I'm guessing maybe 6 months ago, whether or not it was the peak or just general discussion in terms of emails and phone calls. But if you would leave your contact information, I will dig that out and send it back to you.
Oh, I would appreciate that. Thank you, because it seems like a very large cost. And I would like to also research other communities that have had city name change, like in the Haida Gwaii, to see what that cost was. But my concern is that it will cause distress to a number of people and add another layer to the name change discussion. So I think it has to be substantiated.
Excellent. And just for clarification, that was not the city cost, but that includes all of the businesses, etc. And I'll make that clear in the message that I get back to you.
And it's my understanding that the Klamath Nation has said that they, because of their great desire to have the name change happen, and that the name of Powell is very hurtful to the nation, that they have said they would put funds forward to support any of the costs towards businesses for name change.
Thank you. So this is a question period.
I just want to clarify that.
Ms. Campbell has asked her question and it's been answered.
Can I clarify what you?
I think that she's not speaking on behalf of herself. She was just, and that wasn't a question. So we're going to move along. It's not us questioning the public, it's them questioning us. So thank you. I know, but it's not our information. Any other questions from the gallery? Press? Mr. Galinsky? And Mr. Galinsky, I hope you had a most wonderful birthday yesterday. I understand it was your birthday yesterday.
It was actually Friday, Chair, but it was a spectacular birthday. Thank you with family and friends. I really enjoyed myself. I'm tender age of 67 now, should be retired, but having so much fun covering council that it's just not on the radar.
I'm glad we're so entertaining for you.
No
Go
question
ahead with
about
your
it.
question, Mr. Galinsky.
Just a couple of administrative things, Chair. With regard to Council Strategic Priorities Workshop, the name change had several iterations and amendments and whatnot, and I couldn't clearly hear from the Deputy Corporate Officer what the final motion was. So I'm hoping that she can provide that for me by email tomorrow or whenever it's convenient. She's nodding her head, that's fine. And also, the last motion was with regard to strategic priorities, and I didn't catch that one either. So if I could have that, that would also be very helpful. My final question is, will the revised strategic priorities be published again in a form factor similar to the one that was negotiated today?
So thank you for the question, Mr. Galinsky. We decided that we would have that be on the February 15th council meeting, and so I imagine it will get published on that agenda.
I thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity to ask questions. It was a great meeting.
Thank you. Are there any questions from our other media, Tumcloth Num namesake? No questions. Any questions online? And we've been at this long enough for people to have gotten through if they were interested. Is that correct? Okay. So then I would entertain a motion for adjournment.
To adjourn.
Moved by Councillor Isaacson, seconded by Councillor Almeida. All in favor? Unanimous. Motion passes. We are adjourned.